Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12-gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn, and your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you will fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
miss more than hit, with a face that was launched to sink. And I seldom feel the bright relief. It's been the worst day since yesterday. If there's one thing I have said, is that the dreams I once had now lay in bed. As the four winds blow my wits through the door, it's been the worst day since yesterday. Falling down to you, sweet ground, where the flowers they bloom, well, it's there I'll be found. Hurry back to me, my wild calling. It's been the worst day since yesterday.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Echo, the first hour of the afternoon intelligence report. I'm Mark Kornke. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, west, southeast, north, and northwest. Ladies and gentlemen, you were listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com, AM and FM micro stations, CB base stations, and Ultranet, Hallmark, and Golden Spike technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon and evening to our friends around the whole of the 24-hour clock. Also to our friends in the lower 49, including the great state of Jefferson and CONUS, along with the outlying two states, the territories, and the clock. It is 5:12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Monday. It is the 13th of July. Dun, dun, dun. Wait a minute, it's the 13th of Monday the 13th. That means absolutely nothing. Yeah, I know. But, well, it does actually. We're marching down the road towards inevitable conflict, and there's all kinds of reasons why we need to shoot their ass, and it's becoming very apparent. And we don't wait, don't hesitate. Remember, the idea is that they're buying as many hours and days as they can before they continue to pull the plug. We got to pull the plug on them first, and that means in the first 72 hours, we know what we're doing, don't we, guys? Everybody has their mission. So, it is the 12th year of open Fabian socialist and Soviet socialist occupation of America with a K. It's in your face. I mean, it's so stinking obvious now. I mean, only an idiot, an incompetent, or a fool cannot see what's going on now. They're just trying to bury their head up their ass so deep they won't be able to pull it out with a crowbar. It'll look like a human donut. In fact, they got their head so far up their hind end, you can see their forehead when they open their mouth. Kind of a weird six-dimensional thing. It's really Twilight Zone. But anyway, it is 2020 Old Earth calendar. I think they're all crazy here, Captain. It must be one of those alternative stupid universes. Aye, Scotty, it is. 2020, year of conflict, dance of swords. Congratulations. Let the dance begin. Oh, yay. Oh, yay. And oh, yay. Anyway, it's also an anniversary date. It is the July 13th. 1862, Forrest Murfreesboro raid. 13th July, 1862. Surrender of the Union garrison took place about 4 p.m. Units surrendering were Brigadier General T.T. Crittenden and staff, detachment of the 7th Pennsylvania Cavalry, detachment of the 8th Kentucky Cavalry, B Battery, Kentucky Light Artillery, the 9th Michigan Infantry, and the 3rd Minnesota Infantry surrendered. Stores valued over $500,000, 4 field pieces, 60 wagons, 300 mules, 175 horses were taken. The entire Union force of about 1,200 lost 19 killed and 120 wounded. Confederate losses were 30 killed and 60 wounded. The Confederates withdrew to Readyville, thence to McMinnville after tearing up the railroad and destroying the bridges. That was a raider unit. Forrest, Nathan Bedford Forrest, raid. 2 commanders were involved, Morgan being one of the others to a degree. Forrest Murfreesboro raid. Murfreesboro. It was a raider. My units are raiders. This is what you do. You all get better at this. In fact, remember, your enemy is nothing but a mobile resupply pod. Kill them all, let God sort them out, strip them bare-ass naked, hang them from the trees, use them for machete piñatas, feed them to the catfish, and then on to other things. As it is, good example right here. First of all, 1,200 plus prisoners were taken. Now, that doesn't include auxiliaries. There's another thing you don't talk about here. Stevedores, wagon masters, you call them semi-truck drivers nowadays, okay? A lot of those guys were picked up in the process, and since they were on hire, they kind of got on hired and they went south with all the goodies that were captured. Kind of cool when you think about it. Great way to do business, especially when you're, well, taking it from your enemy. Most important here, again, think about this. Complete command detachment. In this case, General T.T. Crittenden and staff. The entire command staff was taken in one sweep. A detachment of the 7th Pennsylvania Cavalry, of course, that was probably against security screen and support. Detachment of the 8th Kentucky Cavalry, same mission. B Battery, supporting artillery for a combined arms team, Kentucky Light Artillery. The 9th Michigan Infantry and the 3rd Minnesota Infantry both were taken complete and utter prisoner in this action. In addition, stores valued at $500,000, $500,000. Back in the day, you got to do the math. Civil War era, this is a vast taking. 4 field pieces, 60 wagons, 300 mules, 175 horses were taken. The entire Union force of about 1,200 lost 19 killed and 120 wounded. Confederate losses were 30 killed and 60 wounded. The Confederates withdrew to Readyville, thence to McMinnville, there's no Y there, after tearing up the railroads and destroying the bridges. Now, most important here is something that you always need to remember. This is, again, some people go, oh, they lost more Confederates than they did Union troops. Well, really? 130 wounded for the Union side, 19 killed. 30 killed on the Confederate side, 60 wounded. About even, really. But in reality, a pretty good hit, only in that for raiders. Remember, you're offensive. Now, you, of course, audacity and cunning do help. Of course, stealth is really important. Learning to be quiet, not talk on the radio, not create a big signature, not bring along all those stupid cell phones. So you got a big cell phone dit going across the fields, right? Beep, 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 beep. Only idiots and fools will be doing that, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of stupid people with their cell phones. Even after you slap them side the head twice, the idiot sticks will still do this. Be ready for it. Stupid people are amongst you constantly, okay? Remember that. Anyway, 60 wagons, 300 mules, 175 horses, that's transport. Now, why the wagons are so critical is because typically, again, what did you do? If you couldn't burn the railroad and you couldn't burn the bridges, or let's say if you couldn't take them with you, so you had to burn them when you were falling back. If you couldn't take those wagons, they would have been burned too. Just a little heads up. You wouldn't leave anything behind. And many times the waste of war is so heart-wrenching for a lot of people in that respect, because if you can't carry it away, man, we could use all this stuff. Yeah, well, if you aren't prepared to carry it all away, what do you think? It moves away magically when you wave your magic finger? This is one of the things I've talked about for years and years. You know, prior proper planning prevents piss-poor performance. How do you move all those deuce and a halves? How do you move all of those Bradleys? Do you have drivers ready? Are you just going to jump in behind the thing and do an OJT? Doesn't work that way, does it? This is where you need to master the trade. Now, again, raider units. Raider units can be very, very successful, provided you have, again, a combined arms effort going on, not one single, oh, there'll be secret squirrel, unconventional, super smooth. It doesn't work that way. In fact, if that's the direction you think you're only going to work in, then you are going to be compartmentalized, and then you are going to be decimated. Won't take long. You're pretty predictable. The idea is to create a wide variance on the battlefield to include unconventional, para-conventional, and conventional forces. This is a vast country, and you have millions and millions of combatants. You have the ability to employ, to virtually capture or take and walk away with whatever you need. Our people are ready for that, military. Everybody is. So you walk away with everything that you can, including the supply, the support, and the maintenance trucks, the whole 9 yards, or you reestablish those. Both sides try to destroy each other's centers at that point, which destroys the military potential of the United States if they're stupid. And there's a bunch of traitors in the pentagram who plan on doing just that because they're working with the globalists. They're not Americans. They're occultists. They are pieces of filth from overseas, excrement with dual citizenship status, and they will betray us all, okay? Be ready for that. That should be a surprise. However, with regard to operations at every level, you must have as many cross-trained individuals as possible. Can you step inside an M113, start it up, and know how to drive it? Can you grab a Bradley? Do you know how to deuce and a half works? How about these Stewart trucks that are out there? There's a pile of those Stewart trucks showing up in the surplus. We have as many as the government has now. In fact, equal to, I would say. Eventually, we might get most of them, if not all of them. Who knows? But the fact of the matter is, do you know how to operate them? Do you know what it takes? Turn the key. Actually, there isn't any key with many of them. It's just a starter switch system, and then they usually lock the wheels. There's one key that fits all for most, or two or three that fit most for the planet when the time comes. Just a little heads up there. So that's another aspect of how to know how to make things work. With regard to equipment, do you know what you're looking at? What containers bear what? What markers, codes, and IDs? You know, it's not that hard. Take a look at some of the stuff that you've been buying over the last, or that you can buy over the last couple of years, or several decades, in terms of munitions containers. Have you ever read them? Do you know what you bought? Did you pay attention to what it was originally for? You realize that really a lot of it hasn't changed. In fact, they're selling you brand new containers right off the rack that allow you to identify before you get there what missiles, tank rounds, sub-caliber rounds, devices, pyrotechnics, etc. You should be able to read all of that, but you better be ready to, because we're going to war. and we are going to war with a plan to win. We have a plan to win. Do you have a plan to win? I plan on competing. I'm not looking for a place to die. I plan on killing every one of the son of a bitches in front of me. How about you? Prior proper planning prevents piss-poor performance. Now, Forrest Raid was actually quite meticulously planned by Nathan Bedford Forrest, and he was a mobility officer. One of the things that he was good for, well, two things he was good for. Number one is organization. His biggest problem is he was good at organization. And because he was good at organization, lesser officers above his command had a tendency to steal from him. And in fact, what basically happened after he had organized a couple of outstanding combined arms team units, they were taken from him. And of course, he, being dutiful within the ranks of the officer corps that he was a part of, he followed the orders the first time, he followed the orders the second time, but the third time around, he basically explained, I didn't build these troops up so that some other idiot stick could walk out and waste them. Because I'm training these people to work with me and to work under, my philosophy and policies within our unit. And so he eventually took one of the commands to the field completely unhindered. And the rest is history, as they say, because from that point forward, pretty much he was not only organizing, but was continuing to implement his philosophy of how to wage effective mobility warfare within the confines and restrictions of his resources. Again, well, we can't do anything. No, BS, just the reverse. Improvise, adapt, and overcome. You will take the fight to the enemy. When you do, you deliver it. Example. He took an entire command. Well, he could have been beating his head against the wall, picking off at field units, but by raiding properly, hint, 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 first 72 hours of this war coming up, he surgically went right to problems that needed to be dealt with. You all get my drift? How many problems do you have in your local area with anti-gunners, leftists, communists, the police that are following the orders of every stinking communist out there? I don't have no respect for any of these fools. Oh, they're finally getting around to it because you see, the example is in Seattle when they came after the mayor's. Well, they were divvying up parts of Seattle. That was okay. The mayor didn't do anything. Pulled the cops back. When they went over in their audacity / comical arrogance, what sank their ship is they went to the mayor's house. You aren't supposed to go to the mayor's house. The mayor's special in Seattle. She was playing all the rubes. She was following all the orders from the Jewish International Congress. She was doing everything but for communism that she was supposed to do. And then they went and pissed in her pool. That's the comical part about it. Oh, all of a sudden, Chadistan, Chunka Wunka, Wunka Bunka, the communist enclave. Well, they had to go in and they had to deal with that. They didn't care about them killing each other. That's irrelevant. Do you think any of these pig mayors, do you think any of these turds that are in management who are nothing but shill meat puppets for the Jewish mob behind the scenes? Come on. You think they care how many of you kill each other? Oh, there were more death killings in Chads. Yeah, big deal. Yawn. Chicago last weekend. How was it last weekend? Was it anything like the weekend before? Yep. And 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 you got the bug-eyed, space alien in charge of Chicago. And you know what? Everybody just seems to chug right along and leave it right the way it is. So had the commies, that's what I said before, the head eating the tail here, had the commies not gone over and been pissing on the Soviet mayor that they already had of Seattle Stan, then their little Chadamania, Chadakistan / Chaduska, or Chaz, Chad, Chunk, Wonk, Bunk, Hunka, Wonka, whatever, it would have still been there. It'd be there right now. It would be there right now. Seriously. Oh, well, there were more killing. Yeah, who cares? How many killings took place in Chicago this weekend? Hold on. Yawn. So the Soviets are in motion. Are you? What have you done? What did you do this weekend in any way, shape, or form, big or little, to actually promote, try to get things, ready for what's coming and to help the effort to beat down the communists in America and fight the invader that will be coming in from outside? We have to have two plans. You think in fact, we have to have 4 or 5 plans, but we have to have 2 basic ones. Number one, we're going to be fighting the cops and the traitor military, along with their little commie buddies who are in government. They've already got their plan laid out. They already know what they're going to do. The little organic sandbag commies that are here right now, the ones you're seeing, they'll be political commissars, and they will be integrated right along beside the cops and the military when the time comes. You think they're going to get rid of all of them? No, they're not. But then they will eventually in the long run. But then again, so will the next batch of regimists get rid of a bunch of the cops and a bunch of the military once the communists are in motion. We know the red terror cycle. The other idiot stick should, but they've got their Satan/Lucifer/Maal, Balak, Cthulhu, rose-colored, red Hades-colored glasses on. Okay? And they like it. They've got power for the moment. They'll be come in and steal stuff. The cops will do table scrapings. I mean, look what they're doing right now with all this BS with the, the face mask, the face mask off, the face mask, the face mask off. Everybody got to wear one, dance, and of course, jump on one leg, rub your tummy, blink your eyes, wear your little dog muzzle. And by the way, the next is a body condom. Now, the body condom will be coming next, but only for a chosen, and the rest of you will, of course, be derelict in your proper disposition, and so they will start putting bullets in Americans or poisoning you to kill off mass numbers, and the military will go right along with it, and the cops will go right along with it. And if you don't think so, you look at what the cops are doing in Florida right now. You look at what the cops did in Atlanta. But the cops are there for the property owner and the tax, and they're gone. And they're gone. Where'd you go? Because the commies are fighting amongst themselves. The cops have no problem with the communists in power, provided the cops are given unlimited, unmitigated power. But here's what's funny about these schizophrenic, eclectic Twilight Zone Fruit Loops on all sides. Look at how many different variations on twisted sister backstabbing you've seen in the last 3 weeks with all of these communists. The cop communists, the mayor communists, the governor communists, the rank-and-file communists, the hardcore party members behind-the-scene communists. Look at how they have been playing at each other here recently. I mean, it's funny because they figured that the whipping boy, like the cops in Atlanta, well, the cops are just whipping boys. They can beat on them. They can make noise about them. Of course, they also want them still to knuckle drag and thug up for the mayor when the time comes. Read that, the Jewish mob. The mayor's a meat puppet. And the Jewish tentacle is right up its arse so deep that you can see it for a tongue there in between the two teeth when it opens up. When that mouth moves. See that little tentacle right there? Yeah, it goes right back to the kosher mafia and the outlying outrigger areas that don't get affected by anything. So what happened? Well, they decided they were going to try and play both sides and that the cops were just going to continue to be the meat puppet / slap boys. That they could do anything and they'd still get what they wanted because the cops get to steal and table scrape what they want from us taxpayers. Now, from the blacks can do no wrong. Blacks can rape, kill, pillage, and burn all day, murder all night. Antifa's right there with them, but that's a bunch of pasty-faced turds. And the cops, all of a sudden, they got spanked. Well, they got backstabbed. They felt that sharp blade between their shoulder blades, and so they all decided to step back and unass the AO. So who really got hit on that? Well, you notice that all these politicos, they can hire any private contractor, mercenary force they want. They buy them, and all of a sudden there's people with guns. Now, if you do that, they tell you about how evil you are, and your contractors, are you people that are there with you, are they contracted? Are they licensed with the government? You mean the government that abandoned us? Piss on the government that abandoned us, and screw all of these asshats in uniform. You're at that point. So again, organize, arm, equip, and train as militia. Establish a 510 program in your area of operation. Be ready. Now, Detroit. Why, it finally tried to stir up, but they got a bit of a problem here. In fact, no matter what idiot is out on the street, for whatever excuse they could pull out of their arse, here's what happened. About 4 or 5 cops, maybe 6 or 7, who knows how many aren't in the camera if you watch the video from the actual incident. One of the Homie Fry gangbangers is being busted by a bunch of cops. The other Homie Fry is actually coming in and injecting himself. He could have actually stepped away to fight another day and maybe help Homie Fry out so Homie Fry didn't get in any more trouble. But instead, Homie Fry, with the red shirt on, the one who, of course, eventually you all heard about the guy, he got killed, the poor little boy. He was 19 years old. That's a young adult. 2 years old enough to be in the military. At 17, Mom and Dad can sign for you. 18, congratulations. You can get your legs and arms blown off by volunteering anytime you want. And at 19, hell, you already should be about a year veteran if that's the case coming out of high school, right? Well, anyway, Homie Fry decides, and what's fascinating to watch this is the cops, because the cops are kind of distracted. It's weird. I've watched the video more than a few times. Last night I put it on slow-mo, so to speak, and I kept doing a frame at a time. And all these cops have got guns pulled out to a degree, one point or another. They're not like they just pulled their guns out. They've got a character that's already on his knees. They're already getting ready to, finish, processing him. And the Yolanga Banga wannabe, of course, is fishing in his pocket. And he's fishing, Homie Fry's got his demi-sag pants on to begin with, which never is conducive to good, having stuff in your pockets, right? So he's fishing, and I mean deep fishing in his pocket. And he goes, you ain't going to do that to my man. And so he finally pulls out what apparently was identified as a Beretta, what sounds like a Jetfire, 25 auto, and I've sold dozens of them. There's the 22 and the 25 auto, same gun, flip-up barrel, nice firearm, beautiful firearm. I know a lot of cops carry them as backups. They won't tell you about it because they'll tell you about how they got the big gun for a backup. No, a lot of them carry that little 25 or 22 as a backup also. It's another gun for the same reason you just saw. If it's nice in a little pocket holster, nobody pays attention. You're reaching into like you're going to grab some keys or something. You pull out that and put a face full of 25 in someone. Well, that's what Homie Fry tried to do at point-blank range. Now, mind you, everybody else is standing there with 9 mils, 40 cals, whatever the hell the cops are carrying. In Detroit, I don't know what the present standard is, but I'm going to tell you something. Detroit was very liberal on gun carry for a long time, and then they changed it, and then they went back to liberal. You could carry anything as long as it was double-action, semi-automatic, or revolver. You had only to carry the specific ammunition as ordered by the department. They probably changed that, went to 40 cal or whatever they were bribed to carry by whatever arms dealer came in, I'm sure. I don't know, and I don't care. We'll find whatever we do on their corpses when the time comes, if there's anything left on their corpses, when they once the Detroit burns down the rest of the way. Not right now, but later on. Well, you never know. Maybe this could kick it off, but not likely. Why? Well, Homie Fry, of course, fished that pistol out of his pocket, and all got caught on film. And he starts shooting at his cop, and he does the Homie Fry, clip. We're talking, you go watch the video. If you can find a copy of the video of the actual shooting, watch it. The cops, even that are standing there, don't even put a bullet in his ass right away. Forgive me, it's just the only way to describe it. It's like, they're 12 feet away, 10 feet away. The guy's wailing away at one of the cops who never pulled his gun. The one cop who was handling the other prisoner, the character that wasn't a prisoner, starts shooting at him. That cop never pulled his gun. Now, I think part of that is because, again, I've told you before about panic factor, adrenaline rush, the time dilation. There's all these things that tie into this stuff. If you haven't seen it or experienced it, once you do, then you'll relate to, well, how could that happen? Well, it's real easy, trust me. However, all the other cops have their guns pulled. And Homie Fry, when they finally do, I think they shot him 4 or 5 times. Who knows how many times they missed? You can't even be sure how many shots were actually fired. I mean, there are other cop cams. They're only showing you the one that's most obvious because Homie Fry fishes in his pocket, pulls out the pistol, puts it right up towards the cop's face, and pulls the trigger and completely misses. Not only once, but more than a few times. It's not like the guy fired once and said, oh, I surrender. No. Homie Fry was shooting and wailing away right up until where he got pumped with whatever caliber was hitting him. So the cops are justified. Okay? Now, well, Mark, I have no use for the cops as far as understanding they lie, and they'll lie about us faster than they'll lie about criminals. Criminals they give professional courtesy to. You taxpayers, you're screwed. Okay? You're all screwed. You're screwed, period. You're just looked at as a suck-off by the criminals that like the one that got shot and by the cops. They both look at you the same way. They're the other two teams over there that are together. You're the target for both of them. Now, I got to say something, though. If you pay attention to what the kid said, now they of course he was doing the gutter spitter / he was using three swear words for every one that might have been legible. But I got to admit something, too, about this. Now, and I've said this many times. You know, he said basically, you're not going to be taking my dog. You know, you're not going to be taking my man. You're not going to be taking my man. You're not going to be taking him. You're not going to be taking my... And, of course, meanwhile, he's yapping this, is while he's fishing for the pistol he can't get out of his pocket. But I will say something about him that you better not laugh too much about. He stood his ground and stayed with his man. Well, Mark, he's dead. Yeah, well, if you were better trained, better equipped, amazingly enough, you know, the whole idea, this is something I've tried to explain about fighting situations. He may not have been the sharpest pencil in the box. Might not have been the toughest, best trained, but he hung by the person who was his dog, and he stayed with his dog, and he even in his own mind, had he been better trained, he'd have been a better fighter. But he stayed and fought with his dog rather than be a cur and run. You want to step back and look at that and think about when you listen to what they said. Apparently they didn't want anybody here. Our tender ears couldn't handle the four-letter words coming out of the kid's mouth while he was saying, you're not going to do that to my man. Okay? But I'm going to point something out here. He stood his ground, actually did what he promised I'm sure they do. Man, I'll back you up, you back me up, anything happens. Okay, yeah, you're my dog, man. Yeah, I'm your dog. And when push come to shove, guess what? May have not done well, but he did. But he did what he promised to do. You want to know how you win battles and fights? That's what you have to have in the way of a mindset, not suicidal. And unfortunately, again, like I said, wasn't combat equipped, wasn't exactly, set up for, going up against the crew that he rode up against the way he did because he was ill-prepared, and most people would say, well, that's good, and I would agree. But you've got to admit one thing about this when you watch actions like this. He was up against, it was 5-1, 7-1. We don't know how many are off screen. And in Homie Fry's mind, that dog is my dog. We ride together. I'm not leaving him. You got to admit that in that respect he manned up. I want you to think about that. How many? Well, everybody has told me for years. Well, you don't want that guy. He's not pretty. He doesn't have the latest this and that. You know what? When everything has gotten serious, the ones who are always mouthy and said he's not tactical or he's not this or he's not are the ones that you never find in the battle. Those mouthy turds that are always creating conflict will never be there for you. Well, you got to get rid of this guy, and that guy, like, he doesn't look pretty, and that guy, he's old, and that guy, you know what? Those are the people that showed up serious and ready to fight, and are the reason that in many cases I'm still here. Because we all hung together. Not because we're the prettiest. Most important is because first, we're willing to fight. And I'd rather have that than all the pretty boys and all the mouthpieces I hear out there most of the time, or that I've seen watching a bunch of the videos, bottom line. And the people who at least are making the effort, if they're out there working in teams or groups, I don't ever badmouth. I will never do that. Unless they do the backstab routine like we saw with these curs with southeastern Michigan, blah, 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 back when, the turds who were all feds. And again, they're easy to pick out, but also they're totally isolated. What gets me about that thing with the whole Hotari thing, guys, I will tell you again, none of us had anything to do with those asshats. And yet people listen to those curs, those turds, those bottom-feeding pieces of excrement, and they had absolutely nothing to do. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with them. But nationally, a whole bunch of idiot sticks listened to those fools. And in the long run, as I told you over and over and over again, they're liars. They are lying. They were lying. They are lying. They are working for someone. They are lying. And you know what? Oh, they did damage control even with all the local papers here doing like, Mark Corky's war. There's a bunch of stuff that we watch. And it's like, oh, I pay attention. And what it comes down to is, well, just because the asshats and the little pile of turds we're going along with the Fed and the scam doesn't mean all the rest of the thousands and thousands and thousands of us were going along with anything. And that's why they stopped right in their tracks. Because that, you know what, that once they did what they did the night they did that with everybody's ready to shoot their ass. The only thing we had to find was for sure where to shoot them best.
Yes, Mark, can I add to the conversation, please?
Yep, go right ahead, please.
Yes. Now, this is Southern Illinois. What I've been noticing, you was talking about the Black Lives Matter and the shooting that occurred there in Detroit. What actually Black Lives Matter and Antifa are starting to do, anytime you want to, the first step to overthrowing any government is to begin to ignore the established civil authority. And what we're seeing by Black Lives Matter and Antifa and these Marxist communists, they're willing to ignore the established civil authority and take actions on their own behalf. Now, that doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's wrong, but they're entering a stage of rebellion that the next time they're going to begin to continue to organize more and more, and then they will escalate more and more.
Exactly. One of the things real quick about this situation up here, if you pay attention and look at the images you can find on YouTube, which are doctored to wherever they can, and are totally angled to the, they're all because this poor child got shot. 19-year-old young man. Now, and like I said, you heard what I described. I can't show the video on the microphone, over the microphone here, but I can describe it to you. It's like I said, there's two aspects to this. Number one, Homie Fry should have known better, and he could have walked away and been there to fight another day for, his dog. On the other hand, I don't know what the initial bust was for the dog that was on his knees who was being arrested, because they weren't manhandling him. They were actually being quite decent with him. But the character standing there in his mind, he just decided, enough's enough, and by the way, I promised him I'd stand up if this happened, and he did it in the face of what was, overwhelming odds. Now, the bad guys out on the street, they're imports. There's not that much left of Detroit. I think that's the one thing everybody needs to understand. That's why you don't hear hardly jack squat from Cleveland or Detroit. And Pontiac, Michigan's no different. They're ghosts of what they were. And I mean real, they already got what they wanted in Detroit. So like I said last week, it's like, well, you're not hearing anything here for a reason. Most all of these turds out on the street are imports. I'm sure there's a few mouthy POSs that are hoping for some cash, like, well, I was a cousin of a brother of a son of the poor boy that got shot because he was unarmed. No, he wasn't. He had a gun. He was firing at the cops, and he fired at the cops at point-blank range, and he got shot. And they won the gun battle.
Yeah, but like I said, they're stepping up to the plate that they're not running away anymore. They're willing to stand and fight. Hey, Mark, last week I've got something. There's the reason I called in here. And
go right ahead, please.
If I clear my throat, I apologize, okay? Asthma's bothering me. Last week you were talking about
you didn't give me coronavirus over the phone, did you?
Well, I hope not. Never know, though.
Oh, God, I'm going to die. I'm halfway across the Midwest. You just killed me. You bugger.
Oh, no. Anyhow,
yeah,
last week you were talking about these big abdominal bandages, and you're talking about the elephant ear type tampons. I had been looking for a particular type of bandage called a big cinch, and I don't know if you're familiar with that name or not, but that's the abdominal bandage
right.
That has the elastic on it, where basically if your guts get blowed out, you can kind of tuck them back in and put the bandage over and hold your guts back in.
Or at the very least, what it does is it encapsulates. That's one of the things you can do with those. If because Doc will tell you most of the time, hey, don't put them back in. We don't know what crap's on them. Okay, literally.
Well, I understand that, but anyhow,
I know which one you're talking about because you can actually encapsulate and stretch just like you're talking about. That's what it's for. Go ahead.
Yeah, the big bandage and the elastic is all sewed together. I have found some of these at a price that's almost affordable. And I'd like to share this. I got two sources that I'd like to share with you for some medical supplies.
Give me just a second because I want to get a pen too because I need it just like everybody else.
Yeah, if anybody wants a pen, I'm going to give all the information. I'm finding that medical supplies are drying up about as fast as AR-15 parts right now.
And ammo.
And I'm not joking on this. I mean, and I'm not making it up. I can literally go last week I was looking at stuff, and by today it's all changed. Okay, the first website for what's called Big Cinch bandages. You go to ChinookMed.com. Now, Chinook is started with a C, like Charlie. ChinookMed.com. You go to their search engine or their search box, and you type in Big Cinch. Big V-I-G, cinch is with a C, like Charlie, C-I-N-C-H. And it should come up as the H&H Big Cinch abdominal bandage. This is a bandage. They normally sell between $12 and $20. Right now, Chinook has these discounted to $7.86 each. That's a tremendous price for this. A lot of places, Mark, are selling these in that $15, $16 to $20 range. And this bandage is made to put over your abdomen if you have a severe injury. But it's got an elastic bandage on it that stretches. And this is the bandage that stretches, I think it's like 18 feet. So that way you can wrap yourself up and basically hold yourself together.
It's a big compression bandage is what it comes down to. That's why the elasticity. You can apply as much compression energy as necessary. If, for instance, you're lucky and it's a laceration and the guts haven't spilled out, but you have, say, bulging, for people who are listening, the purpose behind it is you press that in place, and then you do the hyper wrap. And granted, he's not going to move that lower diaphragm or, the belly when the breathing comes, but he's also not splitting it open and dumping the small intestine and the large intestine into his lap, even if he's laying down. Go ahead.
Now, what this is for, you want to wrap people up, but when you wrap someone up, you want them in a laying down on their back position with their knees kind of up or their knees pulled up. You don't want their legs straight out. You want their knees kind of up.
Give them some elevation is what we're looking.
Give them a little elevation, but what you want to do, because this bandage is literally designed to hold your intestines in. Literally, is what this is for. Now, this is at ChinookMed.com. And $7.86 for this is a heck of a price right now.
That is. Go ahead and spell it out for everybody. Just make sure everybody's got it right.
Okay, yes, sir. I'll do that. It's C-H-I-N, as in Nancy, Oscar, and then K. So it's C-H-I-N-O-O-K. And it's ChinookMed.com. And like I said, you go to the search engine and you type in Big Cinch, and that's the way it's spelled, Big Cinch, B-I-G-C-I-N-C-H. And this is a special, I don't know, if you see some of the old war films, like the old MASH television show, they see someone come in and they've got one of these wrapped around their belly. I've been looking for these, Mark, to be honest with you, for years, and I don't have a lot of money, but I do have a few of them coming. But for $7.86, if anybody wants, you really need these people. Now, Mark, at the same time, the bandage that I just talked about, called the Big Cinch, is at ChinookMed.com. But you were talking about some big tampon-type, diaper-type bandages, and you said you thought they were like 12 by 20 something or another. Okay, at ShopMedVet.com. You go to ShopMedVet.com.
The later part is Shop Med.
Yes, SHOPMED vet VET.com. Shop
Step STEP or
no, it's Shop SHOP, like going shopping.
Right, got that.
Okay, Med, M-E-D.
Yep.
And vet, like veterinarian. Vet.
Okay, very good. Yeah, okay, I've been there. Good.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry about it. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Are we okay on this? Cause,
yep, you're good. Sierra Hotel, Oscar Papa, Michael Echo Delta, Victor Echo Tango.com.
Yes, sir. .com. Yes. Okay, go to shopmedvet.com, go to their search engine, and type in I can't even spell, abdominal pads. And what will come up is their selection of abdominal pads. And you just hit on a search point so it brings up the whole page. This stuff is selling so fast, Mark. This has changed 2 or 3 times since last Friday. Now, this is the place where you can buy in quantity. Like a lot of the, what I'm bringing you here for, it's moved up into the front page now. It's called a sterile multi-trauma abdominal pad. It is 10 by 30. That's the giant pad that covers almost the entire
That's the big
abdomen.
one, yes.
Yeah, that's the big one. 50 of them in a case, $47.70, a buck a piece. That's the pad that literally covers the entire torso if you had to have it.
It works for, again, the advantage of this is if you have like tears or lacerations or laterally across the body, think about it. How are you going to cover it? This is what you need for those. If you have, let's go with another one. The abdominal injury we're talking about. You put the primary pack over that, but you still got bleeding. Okay, this is what goes around next. You don't put a bunch of tiny little micro pads on stuff like this. What you want to do is remember the worst part about perforation of the core of the body is, again, cross-contamination. Crap going in or crap that you've cut into, because, guys, your lower G tract is very unforgiving to your body. Yes. Peritonitis being the most common result from anything and everything that you leave in the wound channel. So the first thing you want to do is try to keep everything as absolutely clean as possible. Needless to say, we also don't need all the radiator fluid gone. So that's what this packing, both of these packings would be, the doc would want in his kit. Not very many, because you only carry so much, you only have so much space. But a couple make all the difference in the world. And having 2 of the abdominal wraps and then 2 of these would cover a lot of patients, because lesser patients, guys, one thing, a doc's like a carpenter. Think about being a carpenter. You don't use a 2x12 when you can use a 2x4, right?
Well, see, this is the whole part, Mark, and this is why I found these, and I wanted to bring them up today, because this stuff is moving so stinking fast. Now, the big pad that I just told you about at shopmedvet.com. Okay, you got that big pad. Now, they also have case lots, and they've sold out of some case lots since last Friday. In fact, since Saturday and Sunday. A lot of the IFAC, the individual first aid kits for a soldier, they'll have a couple of the 5x9 pads in there, which are kind of small, but yet then again, I mean, they'll do the job. Okay, Shop MedVet has those. I prefer the sterile stuff, although you can buy the non-sterile stuff. If you wanted to buy some, say, a box of 25 of 5x9 sterile abdominal pads, you can buy them in basically $3 for a box of 25. If you want to buy a case of 400, then we're talking $46. Now, by buying it in case lots, if you've got a unit, and this is one reason I'm bringing this up, if you've got a group of guys, everybody could go together, throw in $5, and maybe buy a whole case. That
What's your life worth?
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. That's why group purchases, in this case, this is like an insurance policy, only better because you get something for your money.
Yes, absolutely.
Think about that. We don't think twice about shelling money out to the auto insurance company tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, stay on the road. Well, how about, look at it this way. You're going to spend only a few dollars per person, and each one of you will benefit from this. Either A, you're going to keep a friend around, or B, your friend may keep you around.
Yes, and at the same time, if you buy like a case of 400 and you're like 10 guys, okay, so everybody in their individual first aid kit can have, 4 or 5? If you've got a medic in your unit, okay, what you going to put in your medic, 50? So what you're going to have, another 250, 300 in reserve somewhere for the true medical protection of your unit. Now, at the same time, oh no, shoot. Can I call back in on the second hour, Mark?
Absolutely. I'll tell you what we'll do. Take a break for a minute, call back in. Let's keep going on this because, guys, It's not if we're going to fight. This is all done. We are going to war. It's obvious they're going to push the cashless garbage. We'll have to shoot them over that. You go right down the shopping list. All this garbage we warned you about is here. It's time to go to war. Be prepared to deal with the problem. People are voting with their wallet and buying how many weapons? Largest purchase of ammunition and arms in the history of the United States. Already they know about that. That's the stuff that's over the counter, not all the rest. God bless our republic.
Death to the New World Order.
We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The empire is on the run.
And we're on the march both day and night.
Hoorah! Kick them slats, beat them down hard, but if they hit you, guys, we got to keep you alive. We got to turn you around because there is no retirement. We got to get you back in the battle. To do that, well, this is the technology we need. God bless. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Mark, I will let you do your intro, and then I'll call back in. All right, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We all need to prepare ourselves. You might have the food, water, gold, and silver, but ask yourself, are you truly prepared? That's why you need to visit MaineMilitary.com. MaineMilitary.com carries everything you need. Gas masks, fire starter kits, high-capacity magazines, chemical suits, military surplus items, and much more. Do you own a firearm? MaineMilitary.com has a large selection of pistols and rifles suited for your needs. Are your local stores sold out of ammunition? Call or visit them today for prices on hard-to-find ammo and bulk ammo orders. You don't need to worry about having a military surplus store in your area because MaineMilitary.com is the only store you'll ever need, all from the comfort of your computer. Visit them online today at MaineMilitary.com. That's Maine, like the state, military.com.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12-gauge autoloader,
Sure.
the 45 long slide
Yep.
with laser sighting,
You betcha.
the Uzi 9mm,
Yes, sir.
phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun. Permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper, so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm, so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm, and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, Harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn. And your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear, be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand. Defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
Remember your training, and you will come back alive. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second hour of the afternoon intelligence report. I'm Mark Kornke. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, Southwest, East, Northeast, and Central. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com. IndianaFreedomTalkRadio.com in memoriam, and we are on AM and FM micro stations, CB base stations, and Ultranet, Hallmark, and Golden Spike technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon to all of our friends out there in Lower 49, which includes the great state of Jefferson, along with CONUS, the outlying two states, territories, and the clock. It is 6:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Monday. It is the 13th of July. It is the 12th year of open Fabian socialist and Soviet socialist occupation of America with a K. 2020 Old Earth Calendar, 2020 Year of Conflict, Year of Betrayal, and the Dance of Swords. If we're going to save the country, we're going to have to fight and earn our liberty. And yes, we have to earn our liberty. We're going to have to earn our freedom. It's that simple. Everybody sat on their dead ass too long. We let the turds in the Fed who are betraying us to the internationalists. We let the internationalists who have been on all of these public fool system institutions get away with all the garbage that they have, and it's time to get rid of them. We obviously have a conflict before us. Those who take it seriously first win. We do have the thinkers. They have the stinkers. Now let's make it count. Organize, arm, equip effectively, and train as militia. Set up a 510 program in your area of operation. Establish medical, transportation, and communications units now, not later. And logistics, the key to victory. So buy more arms and ammo. Both are weapons. Communists will demonstrate that before you time and time and time and time again. So we got a lot of work to do. Anyway, a couple of things here real quick. We should have our caller back in a minute here while I'm looking at a ton of other ton of other useful items, too numerous to mention, especially where we're looking at having to make
yes,
do.
I am here now, Mark, whenever you're ready.
Very good. Hold on here. I'm going to add. I'm actually adding to the shopping cart while we're talking here. This is stuff that this rounds out some major medical kits that we have, and thank you for finding this stuff, because it's going into the inventory as soon as it shows up at the doorstep. So there is a lot that needs to be done. Medical is one of those areas. People, I've had idiot sticks do the, well, if we go to war, it's like I saw this really cool movie where if you get wounded, I shoot you. And it's like, which apparently is where the idiot sticks. You'll hear them actually say this. Well, if you're wounded, we're going to shoot you. It's like, well, if you're wounded, come near me, I'm going to shoot your ass before you get close, and I'm going to keep moving, dickwad. I'm not nice about that one. You know what I mean? It's like, first of all, the only way you would get into that situation is that you become an idiot stick, or you are an idiot stick, and you don't have any clue about how to organize or manage your personnel and how to set up the system. And before we go any farther, I'm going to relate a story, because I have to do this as another person for a friend, okay, for another individual. You know, let me give you an idea of the difference between the fake ass BS you hear. We're going to shoot her. We're going to shoot her wounded. I know guys who were SEALs during the middle and later part of Vietnam, and or as Special Forces personnel, who went into China. We went into China. We went deep with manpower that went cross country. They didn't get dropped or haloed in. They went cross country for weeks and weeks on end, close to a month, and deep penetrated into southern China to observe marshalling yards, munitions plants, and prep everything in the event the war escalated, because it looked like the war was going to escalate. So everybody was given certain missions. In one instance, like several others where this happens, the individuals are being chased on their outbound leg. They had accomplished their task. At some point, some security element got wind that something was out there. They didn't know what they were, but they knew there was something needed to be chased. One of the individuals, while they were all trying to climb a rock face to break contact with what otherwise would be someone who could catch up with them on foot or with vehicles, lost his footing and fell to his death. And was as pointed out, he never made a sound. He dropped probably close to 300 feet to his death, totally silent, unlike you see in the movies. Everybody screams. No, not everybody screams. And if you're smart, in this case, it was shut up because you still like the people that you're leaving. Well, when they got to the bottom, they bagged him up with ponchos. They didn't have body bags. Those cost weight. They had minimal, everything was thin and minimal. Now, it still meant they were carrying everything they possibly could, but they had ponchos. So they took his body and they wrapped it up in a poncho, and they put it in another poncho, and then they, of course, pulled it, and they carried him back to civilization from the very bottom of China through and back into Vietnam. By the time they got him to the loading dock, so to speak, they got him to where they could, they actually were, going to transfer him over, he was a sloshing pile of liquid and bones inside that poncho. But not one of them ever thought about leaving that man behind. Now, I want you to think about that, and then you listen to these idiot sticks who have been watching too many stinking movies. And I want to remind you, we're not in the situation we're in our very last desperate moment because we waited too long. No, we haven't waited too long. We are at the point where we now have to act against our enemies to get rid of them, and they're planning on snatching and grabbing us, and we're hunting for that. If I can get a snatch and grab team and smack them, which is what we're planning on doing, we're constantly watching for. If we can grab any of them, you're getting way up in the tier of operations, and that's a person you want to talk to for a long time. They're going to tell you things.
You need your monkey poker sticks for that.
Oh, yeah. And those kinds, if I can capture any of these spook, kook, and clandestine ones on the ground inside the U.S. right now at this cycle, oh, guys, you know how priceless that will be? And we're hunting them harder than they're hunting us. It's just like the Antifa type. I'm not worried about the sandbag in front. I'm looking for the management. Because the management reports to the CIA or to the Mossad or to the federal agents that are manipulating this whole thing to push us towards a bigger police state and an occupation by foreign bankers and turds who wish to turn you into property slaves the rest of the way. Cashless society means one thing: you're a slave. Cashless society.
That's all it means.
That's all it means. You're done. We've got to shoot them. This collision is now guaranteed. They are making their move. We have to get rid of them. Anybody who promotes the cashless society crap, they're gone. They just need to be gone. They're a minority. Won't be hard to get rid of. Going to have to go through some mercenaries. Big deal. But they're going to be gone. This problem has got to be gone. So we're going to be fighting, which means I'm not leaving you unless I absolutely am just absolutely totally on my last leg, and even then I'm going to try to drag your sorry ass along with me. If I was by myself, one way or another, the two of us are moving.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
This is why I'm calling in on this medical stuff, Mark.
Go ahead. Now jump. Yeah.
All of this stuff is coming down to three things. You know, right now it's beans, bandages, and bullets, and if we can't buy bullets, we buy bandages.
Yep.
But medical stuff is drying up. I'm actually shocked at what I'm seeing. Stuff that was, some of this stuff's gone up anywhere from 15 to 50%. To get back to what we were talking about, Mark, do you want me to kind of recap everything?
Yep, go ahead. And here's the thing. With all the addresses, spell them out 3 times so that everybody gets them right.
Okay.
Go slow. We're not rushed. It's your time. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for that, sir. The first item was at ChinookMed.com. That's ChinookMed.com. And Chinook Med is spelled with a C. It's a CHINOOK. Med is MED.com, and it's ChinookMed.com. And the item that we were talking about is called Big Cinch. What it is, it's an abdominal bandage that's made for severe trauma in the abdomen, or I guess any place else in the chest or abdomen. But it's a special bandage that has the elastic with it that allows you to cinch up and add compression to literally hold your guts in, whatever. That's at ChinookMed.com. That's at ChinookMed.com. Chinook, again, is spelled CHINOOKMED.com. Now, the way I find it is I just go to the search engine there for ChinookMed.com, and I type in Big Cinch. And cinch is spelled CINCH. It's just BIG for big. That's CINCH. Type that into the search engine, hit the little search engine, and it pops up. They have these on a discounted price. These normally sell between $12 and $20. I mean, if you're somewhere and you buy one for $15, you're not necessarily being cheated. But you can buy them from Chinook Med right now for $7.86 a piece. And this is the H&H brand. This is a very high-quality brand item. For $7.86, this is a big bandage. It's like 12 by 16. They're designed to be wetted and put over the abdomen and allow you to be held together in severe trauma. $7.86 for this is a cheap price for what this will do for you. Now, the second site that I went to was a site that I shared with Mark, was called ShopMedVet.com. That's ShopMedVet.com. Now, at ShopMedVet.com, you go to the search engine and you type in abdominal pad, and all of their offerings for abdominal pads come up. And you click on the search and let the page load at ShopMedVet.com, and it's spelled shop, S-H-O-P, med, M-E-D, vet, as like a vet, veterinarian. It's VET.com, shopmedvet.com. What I had originally shared with Mark in the last hour is they have a special multi-trauma dressing. It measures 10 by 30. Last week, Mark was talking about these huge type abdominal pads that are allowed for severe trauma. Well, they have them. You can buy a box of 50 for $47.70, and so that we're talking basically $1 a piece. And this is a super special pad, and these are sterile, and these are designed to be, against the wound in the body. But at the same time, after Mark, we talked about that in the last hour, we were also talking about the other offerings that are available at shopmedvet.com. And they were the 5x9 sterile pads where if you wanted to buy just a box of 25, they're around $3. If you wanted to go together and do a kind of a group purchase, you can actually buy a case of these, then the 5x9s, and they're like $45.86. Now that's for the 5x9 pad, and that is normally what's carried in your IFAC, which is your individual first aid kit for a soldier, or if you're out and about and you're just an outdoors person, you really ought to have something like that. Now they also have other sizes of these abdominal pads, and these are big combination pads that are designed to soak up blood, and you can take these elastic bandages and hold them tight and get pressure on a wound. Now they have the 8x10 sterile pads. You can buy a case of 320 of those for $63.92. If you don't want to spend quite that much money, they do have offerings where you can buy smaller amounts. So it's really whatever's in your budget and what you feel is necessary for your application or whatever you need. Now, at the same time, shopmedvet.com does have some other offerings. You can go back to the search engine and just type in IFAK, I-F-A-K. Stands for Individual First Aid Kit. Now, they do have an individual first aid kit. The pouch is not very good, but it's kind of a pouch made to be put into a first aid pouch. But they have an IFAK individual first aid kit that's considered the advanced kit. It has a 5x9 combination pad. It has gauze. It has the elastic wrap. It has some bloodstock gauze to pack a wound off. They've got theirs for $23.99. So that's available. They also have refills for IFAK packs. But one thing they do have that I want to share is you can go back to their search engine and you type in SS, like Sam, and the number 15. It's your search engine. And what that will bring up is an advanced trauma deluxe emergency surgical kit by Oasis. It's a 104-piece set. Now, if you buy just one, they're $69.95. Now, I bought one of these about 20 years ago and paid close to $100 for it. But the reason why I'm bringing this Oasis kit up, this is actually a surgical kit. It has up-to-date sutures. It's got the staple-type sutures, carrying kit. It's got the elastic bandages, all kinds of sutures, but it's got a lot of instruments, including needle holders and forceps to actually do surgery. The more you buy of this kit, the cheaper it becomes. If you want to buy one, it's $69.95. You want to buy two or more, $64.95. You want to buy 10 or more, $59.95. And if you buy 20 or more, they brought this thing all the way down to $49.95. And like I said, I own one of these kits. I've never had to use it, but it's got enough stuff in it that if you've got someone that's got a little skill, you can literally sew somebody back up. Now, you may not do major surgery to the inside of a person, but you actually have a lot of stuff in this kit. Now, Mark, that's what is at shopmedvet.com. Now, ShopMedVet also, if you type, they have the elastic bandages that are the type that can be sterilized. They can be washed. They have the 2-inch by 5-yard one for 30 cents. They have the 4-inch 5-yard elastic bandage for 55 cents, and they have the 6-inch elastic bandage for 70. I believe it's 72 or 75 cents. So a lot of what you need. Now, shopmedvet.com also has the sutures. They have the modern absorbable sutures in sterile packets where you buy the packet with the needle, the packet, and it's a sterile suture. You can buy them in a box of 10. And a lot of times a box of, a box of these are $20 or less. So you can get a lot of things that you need at one time if you want to kind of play the game with the shipping. Now, Mark, is there anything we want to talk about or you want to add to? Or
the big thing right now is, again, like I said, the advanced kit for $69 is a steal. Guys, that's, again, the more you can buy, cheaper it is. Remember that. Try to do quantity. The big pads are the tough ones to find. They're going to be, well, this is where management comes into play in training, because, guys, like I said, you don't use a 2x12 or you need a 2x4. And Doc is going to be supported by other people who are, all of you are going to have to pick up on training. Now, here's one thing I'll never complain about. I might remind you that, hey, that was a little overkill, but there really is no such thing when it comes to keeping a person alive. If you used what you used and it's gone, it's gone. Never cry about material that's been used, but remind people that we're limited. This is the most common. When you're correcting a team that you have, that team, first of all, remember this, showed up when nobody else did. I want you to remember that. Whoever you have, at least they had the guts, the wherewithal, and the conviction to show up. You don't bark at them. I know you can get frustrated. You do not shout at them. You are training them. And if you're a leader, your job is to sculpt them to be as good, and hopefully, if they really, really, really practice, to be better than you at what you do. So
one thing, yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mark. One thing too, because I'm running low on battery here. One thing
That's okay.
too, for my first aid kits, I have some disposable scalpels. Now, shopmedvet.com, they carry those disposable scalpels. Now, you'll have to determine which size and which type and configuration you want, because they're all over the place. I normally go with a number 11, and they have them, but I swear the price may have doubled on me since I looked.
Yeah.
So if I'm giving you the wrong price, people, I apologize. But last Friday, 10 disposable number 11 scalpels were $5.71. Now, they also have a deal. Now, to me, for an individual first aid kit or just a pickup kit or even something in a like a backpack med-type tactical trauma medical kit, you would probably want disposable. But now they also have the holders marked anywhere from $1.65 to, I think it was $6 or $7, where you can then buy the individual replacement blades, and then you can buy 100 of them for $15 to $20, depending on the configuration and type and style. Because there are different. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Because there's different styles and different types. But it's basically $15 to $20. You can buy the scalpels and then just use the tool. So, this stuff is available now, but it's at shopmedvet.com.
Now, one thing about ShopMedVet, to give you an example, the same abdominal dressing that is about $7, $8. Hold on here. Let me make sure I get the number right. Is $6.28. Okay, actually, a little more. No, forgive me. $7.86. Right?
Right.
Just to give you an idea, it is $16.23 over at ShopMedVet because it's not on sale. And that is the normal price for those. That is a normal price for those.
Okay, you're talking about the big cinch bandage.
Yeah, the big cinch, the better price is at the first location, the Chinook location. Somebody was just asking. And I said, that's true, because as you pointed out, that was a sale. That's a sale price, guys.
That's a hell of a discount price. That's
why I prioritize. I'm probably going to end up getting a big chunk of those as soon as we are done with the program, because one of the items I was looking at while you were talking went up in price while we were doing the program here.
Well, I just had that happen to me while I was talking to you. Things are going up while we're on the phone.
Yep.
And
it's one of those things you can't help it.
I mean, scalpel deal go from $8 to $19 while I was sitting there watching it.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I know I'm talking over you, and
No, not a problem. This is one thing we've been, guys. Everybody out there in the know is now on the go. Does everybody understand that? Everybody in the know is now on the go. And what that means is a whole lot of other people who have seen what they've seen in their life's experience, know what they need, and they're going after it because they know they're going to need it. It's that simple. Number one, let's go to something here real quick. I'm going to reemphasize this. I'm not going to live in a cashless society. I'm going to shoot their ass. Does everybody understand that? Where can you go with this? There's no place. You are going to be made a non-person so fast it'll make your head swim. I'm done with them. Any asshat who believes in this cashless society crap needs to be walked out, put against a wall, and shot. But if you think you're going to take and turn me into your bank slave, you can piss up a rope. So this is where you're going to hit one wall or another, and it's finished. And so you better take care of what you're going to need to take care of, because they're going to send some other jackass out who's all puffed up on himself or has got a shoe-size IQ. Look, they find a bunch of them out there, people. You don't think so? You see all those commies frothing at the mouth that are out there with Antifa? They'll give them a uniform.
Oh, yeah. They'll give them a uniform and the right to come in your house and blow your head off and rape your wife or your son or whatever, or you, and more than likely be you.
Right. They aren't interested in the women. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want the women. But I mean, Mark, like I said, last week I've been looking for, when you started talking about those Czechoslovakian medical kits, that's one question I was wanting to ask you here, and I realize this is your show and I'm taking a lot of time up. But have you received any of those Czech medical kits? Are you aware? I'm waiting
for the first one. I was hoping it'd come today, but no matter what, okay, here's the attitude. You can see the prices if you go over to like these companies. If you do a quick eyeball count, it's worth $63. Okay.
Well, from what I'm seeing, yes, it is.
Yeah. So again, the only thing that they've done is, because the last time we got these, I bought everything the company had. I bought every one the wholesaler had. I got 2 pallet bins full, and then a third one that was partially full. Now, the reason they said, and this is what it says in that ad for Sportsman's Guide, and Sportsman's Guide's not the only one that has it. 2 other companies got these, that they actually have them in stock, and they're retailers, okay? I don't know who the wholesaler is, but it's usually the same guy, the same niche company that gets the stuff from Eastern Europe. It's like Swiss. Okay, there's a Swiss account that does the same thing for the Swiss and Southern European junk. In this case, I think it's the same situation. They don't know what they don't really care. They got a big lump of this stuff. They dumped it on the market. You have to do research to find the information on the kits. But the reason there's going to be variations is because there's a numbering system. If you'll notice on the bag, there's a numbering system. If you guys remember when we got these other ones, it's Doc's field kit. There's like bag 1, bag 2, bag 3, all the way up to bag 8. I don't think we got bag 6, because 6, I think, has more of the intoxicants. In other words, all the stuff that, makes you feel happy. And needless to say, they pulled out of most of those bags. Notice I'm going to say that. I don't even want to say any more. Let's put it this way. Who says they're really good about pulling everything out of those bags?
Yeah.
So if anything shows up, shut up. Don't say a word. Just put it away as far away from you as you can. When the time comes, it goes back in the bags. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll see it. If you see anything in the way of auto injectors or anything that looks like it is medication, make it disappear immediately. Don't say a word to anybody. Do not talk to the company. Do not call anyone. Shut up. Because if it's what I think it is, either of whatever is going to show up is priceless down the road. Instead,
Mark,
bag it up, make it disappear. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I had done some research on that bag, and the price that Sportsman's Guide is offering that for is about $10 less than everybody else.
Yeah.
And everybody else is kind of out of it. Now, the bandages and stuff in there, the information I had found is it's from 1985. But if it's in good shape and it's sterile and it was considered military grade, with the way things are going right now, I wouldn't be afraid of that. Oh, now there is one thing here I'd like to add. At shopmedvet.com, they have what's called trays. Like they have a suture removal tray. They were $1.29, but now they're $1.99. But what it is, it's a little sterile packet that's got everything in it to remove sutures. Okay? It's a sterile pack, $1.99. And if you things like that, they also have like laceration trays. Now, last week the laceration trays were between $5 and $7. Well, they jumped them things up a couple bucks, but at the same time, it's still probably worth having some of that for some of your medical personnel. And if you've got medical personnel that you can go to and try to get information, now see, I don't have that where I'm at. I just have to guess. But anyhow, if you've got where you may want some of these laceration trays where everything is sterile and it's an individual pack. Now, like Shop MedVet, you may want to pick these up. Now, Shop MedVet also has instrument trays and instrument packs, and you can get really stupid on that and pay really big money for some German-made stuff. But at the same time, you can buy some very nice Oasis brand stuff. And what I plan on doing, Mark, these Sterilite, they look like the old Teflon or old Tupperware type trays.
Exactly.
But they got little handles on them that snap over. Well, my wife went all over the place, and probably will disown me. But we found a source for these locally, and they're like the 11 by 6 3/4 by 2.5 high or 2 3/4 Sterilite trays. It's got the snap-on handles on the sides to kind of keep the lids on. I plan on, if I can, going through what I've got, and if I can pick up some more stuff, to make actually like a medical pack, so now...
Exactly. It's what we're doing, like I was saying, with the ambulance idea, okay? That's the same.
Okay.
In fact, most of them are clear, and here's the other thing. They're also colored. They have color caps. So the cool thing is, like I've been doing with the kitty litter buckets, we just moved to machine shop. What did I do? I used the kitty litter buckets. Everything for one machine went into one color lid. Everything that went with the other machine that we found there went with the other lid. That way, all they had to do is pick up 3 buckets for machine number 1, and all of it was gone. The same is true with the medical. You pick a color for instance, in fact, there's usually a color code system that's out there. I haven't looked to see what the latest is, but if you use the standard color code that they've got for airway, abdominal, chest / heart, lung, and like you said, then there's suture packs. You could duplicate basically what they're doing, and even for that matter, then make a big, print out big black and white little strips. You can do them on an 8.5 by 11 and cut them with scissors. And on the inside, not on the outside, on the inside of the clear container, you can put what it is: airway, abdominal. You can go right down the list, like for whatever kind of injury you're going to be dealing with. Or again, here's another one that we've talked about. We better make sure we reinforce arterial bleed. Okay, guys, we're going to need clamps. You're going to need clamps, compression, and you better have a few extra tourniquets. But that would be another one of those where you make up the kit. Everything is either on the ambulance as the forward aid station, or Doc's got it in his kit, and Doc knows that he can pick. And all you trainees that are going to be working with Doc, you're going to be able to pick off of the inventory. We need to have it so simple that all you do is look at it, and it's a single word. We don't need a whole lot of vocabulary here. You quadrant the body up like you are in a butcher shop. Okay? Look at a butcher and how butchers actually work. Oh, that's horrible. No. Doc has got to be very cold and very, very precise in his task because he's trying to keep as many people alive as possible. You can help by making that happen and having a system in place now. Whether or not we change it down the road, who cares? We've got too big an army. We got 50 states and territories. 48 of them are continental. That's 48 battlefields.
Yes.
48 big states. I won't probably ever see you. If you've come up with a system and you're somewhere in Florida, I will probably never see you in your lifetime. Maybe you'll see me. Maybe we'll see each other and wave. But, beyond that, whatever you come up with in Florida or in New Jersey or in South Carolina or in Southern Illinois is going to be working just fine as long as you know your system.
Yeah, now, Mark, you just kind of rung my bell here for something. 4x4 12-ply gauze sponge. When you do surgery or you have to pack off a wound, Shop MedVet has that. They have it in bulk cases. I don't have a price in my head, but at one time here about a month or so ago, they had a 10-pack for like $1.90. There's basically a sterile 10-pack for, like, if you're going to build a surgical kit and you want some gauze sponge there to pack off a wound or to do something, for a major surgery. They had those individual packs there, but they have that at shopmedvet.com. But there's so much there, I haven't even covered most of it. And, every time, well, see, actually, this is your fault, Mark.
Yeah. You're right. I'll give you an example of what you're saying. Here's a couple things right off the bat. Guys, transfusion kits. You can either make one or buy one and copy it. But I would point out that, they've got field blood transfusion. The cheapest one they're calling Special Operations Forces. I don't know, that's a gobbledygook name. Operations Forces. But it's $84.95. So $85 for a basic transfusion kit, which includes a sterile bag, but also all the bridges, everything you need. Plus, you got to mark what it is you're doing. Okay, prior proper planning prevents piss poor performance. But let's drop a little farther down. Endotracheal intubation kit. Guys, you don't have to improvise with a big pen if you have the right tools.
Yes.
All right? I know that's really cool because every movie they like to show that. Yeah, he's not breathing. Anybody got a pen? Okay, how about if anybody has the proper tools? Oh, yeah, the doc's right here. Oh, maybe we don't use the pen after all then, right?
Yeah, that nasal phalange thing that you're talking about, the common size for the adult is in 28F. You can buy those for about $4. Now, I don't know what, I think Chinook Med has those in stock. I know they're available on eBay, but there is a way to size those to the person because you do have to kind of size them to the person. You do have to have a lube. But see, like one thing that you do, let's say you buy some of these 5x9 or 8x10 pads. If you buy the sterile pad, you see you can lay that sterile pad down, lay your nasal, what do they call them, NPAs or something like that, the nasal phalange airway. You can lay it down on a sterile pad or clean it, lay it on a sterile pad, gel it up or lube it up to insert it properly. But, that stuff is available. Right now, we can get it. Now, the prices are going up, literally, as I guess we're talking about it. But that stuff is available now. And we need to be buying it, Mark. If we can't buy bullets, we got to buy bandages.
Yep, and it's the same with the food issue right now. Somebody was asking me about MREs. It's like I said, guys, they're all quote-unquote municipal MREs. Read that. They're a civilian counterpart. You can go to Dollar Tree, and you can get 5 cans of Dollar Tree American-made main course items, 15 ounces per can, 5 for the one $5 pouch of municipal rations. Read that, a 13.5-ounce pouch of whatever. You can buy 5 cans over at Dollar Tree and get how much more food? 6 times as much. Yeah, so right now, the military idea is cool. Would be cool if it were surplus and things weren't so tight. But now, 2 problems. You don't have as much money. And if you are going to spend it, you want to get the most food for the least amount. Medical supplies are in the same situation. A lot of what we're talking, it's not just going to be the initial contact, but you've got to do follow-up maintenance. So you need volume. You need volume. This is the other thing. Movies don't do it right, or whenever they do, it's always half-arsed, and, that's not accidental. They don't want you to actually have a clue. So in reality, you want to keep the patient alive, you're going to be changing dressings. The more often that you can change dressings intelligently, now, I'm not saying wasting, but there's a common sense to, again, inspection and then follow-through maintenance. That's all a matter of the development of the patient's healing process. And that's where, again, expertise comes in. But if you've got a situation in the field, if you have the ability because you have the volume, then you want to change out because you're in a crappy environment to begin with. If you're still moving a patient, you've got to think about wound dressing change out sooner rather than later. Go ahead.
That's why. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you again. I keep doing that. That's why I brought up the case lot prices at shopmedvet.com for the different abdominal pads. Yeah, they got more stuff there, people. Just because I said the 5x9 or the 8x10, they got some 8x8s. They got the 1030. They got several items here, but they have some of it in case lots. Well, if I had several dozen men, I would be wanting to buy that 400 count case lot 5x9 offer for $45.86. I might also want to go down and buy that 8x10 offer where there's a 320 unit in a case for $63.92. I mean, when you're standing there talking about 10 cents an item or less, or maybe 20 cents an item or less for some of this stuff, now you can get it. But when your buddy's sitting there hanging with his guts hanging out, it may not be there. Now, see, like there's a Medline abdominal pad that's 8x7.5, 576 units in a case, $43.18. You can also buy a 5x9, 576 units for $41. This stuff is here now. And for what we can buy, when you can buy hundreds of something for, $40, $50, $60, I don't know how, I realize money is tight. I mean, but right now we have things available. And hey, Mark, I do have to get going here, and I do appreciate, sir, you allowing me to come on and talk about this and bring this information out. And I thank you very much for allowing me the time.
I'm going to tell you right now, again, you just saved me a whole lot of time. This is why we do this. And a lot of what we do, guys, I'm in the same boat all of you are in. There's certain things that I need more of, and if anybody finds a better deal, which you just did, the Chinook deal, $786 for the abdominal cinch, the big cinch abdominal. As soon as we're done here, we're picking a pile of them up. I don't know. We're going to see if we can get a better deal even. I might even be able to give them a scream. I have a black furred keyboard operator trying to help me right now, by the way.
Okay.
2/5.
Well, Mark, I am going to go, and I do appreciate you allowing me to come on the show. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the follow-up. Appreciate that. God bless. And again, for everybody out there, guys, medical support, signal communications, and transportation. They're not fighting. They're not, for those you go, I can't shoot it, but well, then you can help keep people alive. If you're listening, and maybe you are older, I don't care who you are, if you don't have any more money than to go out and pick up what you can find, by the way, containers, watch resale shops and watch your recycle bins where people are getting rid of the clear food containers with the colored lids. They come either from the meat departments or, where they've got the lunch meats. It can be any number of different directions, and you can get stacks of them. I've got hundreds of them. Most of those are filled up with something. They've been cleaned, they've been washed, and they're packaged. Now, here's another thing I'm going to tell you real quick. We were talking about those, first of all, one more time, I'm going to do this to make sure it's covered. www.CHINOOKMED.com. www.chinookmed.com. That is www.Charlie Hotel India November Oscar Kilo Michael Echo Delta Charlie Oscar Michael. That's www.CHINOOKMED.com. The big deal there right now is, again, Big Cinch Abdominal Bandage, $7.86. I don't know how many there are to a case. I actually see if they can give me a list on that. If I do know, I'll buy a case of them probably. But for $7.86, they are half the price of everybody else. I don't know. We'll see what the shipping turns out to be. That's for the one company, and there are many, many other items to follow through on. The other is www.shopmedvet.com. www.shopmedvet.com. That is shopmedvet.com. www.shopmedvet.com. And they do have a number of items, but you'll see that the compressed dressing we're talking about is twice the price. The best price for that abdominal dressing is over at ChinookMed.com. Chinook, Chinook, Med, MED.com. And the item number, forgive me that, I should do that. Product number is 05151. 05151. Big cinch abdominal bandage. Battle packed, it's already sterile sealed up. And it also describes packaging. I think they said they bifold it and compress it so it takes up minimal space. And of course, obviously, because you always got more junk you got to carry. This ain't the only thing you're carrying in the kit. But it's one of those things where if you can afford it, and this is affordable, this is the price of one single small dressing right now. $7.86. That's the price of one small or medium dressing. But you're talking not only the large pad, 12 by 16, but you're talking about a full bungee abdominal wrap or shoulder wrap or chest wrap, whatever you got to do with it. See how that works? So this is a very, very, very high priority item that, even if you only got two, maybe you find other items here, like I said, bandages, other dressings, other wound packings, whatever else you find. Always check their clearance. Also check new items. I get new prices coming in. The new price for the demonstration or demo idea to get you to buy more is sometimes better than it will be when they get into full marketing. Always remember that. So always check the new items out, too, for the same reason. They may also not have it again in the new items. Just because they got it once doesn't mean they can get it later on. Another consideration there. Also, again, if I were to, but when I get the check medical kit in, looking at how it's packed, I will probably be repacking, only in that I'm going to take a big box of Ziploc bags. And everything that looks like it needs to be in another Ziploc bag is going to be in another Ziploc bag. They're cheap. Go to the Dollar Tree store, buy the extra for less. You can get them usually with 4 or 5 extra bags. You get the most for the least for $1. And Ziploc bag everything. Now, Ziploc bags are commodity items in the field because there are so many useful things that can be done with them. But I would point out that even with, we're talking about distressed material, like you've got, let's say that you're dealing with a casualty that you're transporting. You're not going to air medevac. We do have the ability to do that, but most of that's not going to happen. And if you're infantry or if you're in operations and you got to move cross country, you want to make sure that you have enough of whatever it is in the way of bulk, cheap spares so that you can continue to rotate out and evacuate the wound so that you do not have bacterial / debridement issues, okay? Because, yes, on the one hand, we're trying to create a pulled up / a scab, a big giant, block to keep everything from, leaking out. But at certain points, we have to rotate out material and we have to evacuate a certain amount of debris. If you have the spares, you're able to do that. Well, guess what? Those Ziploc bags that the wound packs came in, well, you're going to take all the junk that you're taking out, you're going to put them inside that bag, you're going to burp it and put inside another one if you got another one laying there, and you're going to seal it so that it's harder to find. Then you're going to take, and with your E-tool, you're going to dig down and not make a big hole that's going to be obvious, but you're going to dig a cat hole. And then you're going to take that bag that you've got double bagged with that smelly stuff that you could be tracked with or that might attract animals. You're going to put it down the bottom of that cat hole, and then you're going to sprinkle it with a little bit of either cayenne pepper or with CS powder if you have it. And then you're going to let that hole fill back in and look oh so natural. And then one last time, maybe touch it with a little bit more of that CN powder or with the cayenne pepper spray that you got there, just to make sure that the animals aren't attracted to the stench. Remember, you are thinking ahead, right? Just like when you do a cat hole for pissing. Rather than just peeing anywhere, you take your E-tool, shove it in the ground, break the ground, aim for the hole you made, drop it back down, get on with other business. That's what that E-tool is for, to keep you from being as trackable. Yeah, a bunch of people peeing all over the place really does make for a real... In fact, most of you don't know this. We're going to bring this up. You do realize that there are they actually have urine sensors on board the helicopters that can be used. That's part of the tracking system for finding people on the ground. You did know that, right? You're not supposed to, but I'm telling you, there are urine. They're designed to monitor urine on the ground because people have a tendency, especially, drop it and pee, which we do. But in a military situation with all of you and 100 people moving cross country, or 40 or 20 or even 10 or 3 for that matter, you have the discipline to make sure that you conceal your activities to the nth degree, preventing anyone else from identifying your passage. This is true with food wrappers. This is true with food containers. You carry out whatever you can, or you compress and compartmentalize. And if need be, even like with all that medical detritus, you got a dump garbage bag that you're putting that stuff in, and it's being compressed, and it goes right along with you if you feel that you are not confident that you could conceal it. Terrain may not allow that. Conditions and field situations may not allow that. So to deny the enemy intelligence, you continue to compress and conceal wherever possible. Proper planning prevents poor performance. And you'll have to improvise based upon your available resources, too, by the way. You may have better, you may have worse. You may have older technology. You may be pulling from caches. I have to laugh because some idiot sticks are making some of the comments they are. Some of the caches that you're going to dig up right now are 20 years old. We've already time-tested them. We know they work. You're going to go into you'll enter a chamber where equipment is from 1985. Top to bottom. The latest Gerber Mark II knife. Ooh, wow, classic. Yeah, on top of that, you'll find medical supplies, food support, whatever else is there, is dated for whatever date whatever period it was put in the ground. Now, because it's been put into and there was thought put forward, it didn't get overheated, it's in a cool, dark environment, most of your foodstuffs are going to be intact if you thought ahead and are going to be viable. I will remind you again about real military MREs as they were originally established. There is no actual expiration date. The expiration testing that was done was based on quote-unquote flavor changes, not on food value and not on spoilage. I always thought it was spoilage. I really did, until I read the reports. In fact, dealing with some of the guys they're gone now, that were in food and military ration sales, where they had good connections, those are all gone. There's nothing like that out there anymore. Not the way it used to be. But having sat with these guys for many, many hours, they explained, oh, no, it has nothing to do with spoilage. It has to do with the panty-waist attitude our troops have about flavor. Well, you starve a little bit, flavor's not going to make any difference. Hold on, we got a caller. Who do we have?
Just real quick, going back to get off the food and go back to the urine, what the gooks used to do is piss in the cans and put them up in the trees. So don't dig a hole. Just leave it there. They'll just keep tracking it because it works. That's
right. You could use a distraction or deception method, too. In fact, you could even send it on a trail somewhere else.
That's right.
Send it that way, you're going the other way.
That's right. Goodbye.
Hey, 10-4 on that, brothers. 10-4 on that one.
Well, again, it depends on how many you got, but also, there's a lot of neat stuff. Deception is the other half of this battle. Deflection and deception constantly has to be in mind. Here's another idea. How about if you have 3 men going off in one direction, only they don't really seem to have any discipline. You piss in the can, you spread it in 4 or 5 different locations, and you got a swathe that looks like you got 100 men going one direction, while the rest of your detail is going somewhere else. So that's a good point. Remember, you're not supposed to be that disciplined. You're not supposed to be that smart. You're not supposed to figure this out. So think about all the different things you can do. A little piece of equipment left here and there, part of a wrapper left here and there. Here's the first rule if you're a hunter in the field, but also you pay attention if you're being hunted. You're always looking out in the middle of BFE for man-made objects that shouldn't be there. Now, that can be something as simple as an envelope. You're out in the middle of absolute nowhere, a piece of paper, a can lid. You're out in the middle of nowhere. It's a war zone that's been going on, or it's an area that's been, pretty dead because you're in BFE. And you must start to move near a road, and you look on the road, but the road has got grass grown up until, you can barely make where the road is. The pavement ends where the 3-foot-tall uncut grass begins. But all in the middle of nowhere, there's a brand-new shiny piece of something, and there's a piece of paper laying there. Might be an envelope, could be something else. Well, that better get your attention real quick, because who else is out here? That road doesn't look like it's been traveled all that heavily, if at all, for how long. In fact, nobody's driving anymore because nobody has any spare gas. The only one that has gas is government and the combatants, depending on who's shooting at who and how much junk they've stolen from each other. So there's a good point. Again, deception. How can you have to make it. You can't make it too obvious. You may under certain conditions, but you've got to balance it out. Remember, you're thinking you're covering and concealing. You don't just cut a swathe through the field. Most people are smart enough not to do that. So you have to make it look like you're actually making an effort, but don't understand the full dimensions of the battlefield. So that's a good element right there. Hey, we're going to pee, but I'm 4 men, not 1. I'm going to put some pee from over there, and I'm going to walk over here 20 feet and throw some pee that way. And I'm going to throw a little more. I got to pee myself. I'm going to pee over there. And by the way, everybody else doing the same thing. And you leave a food wrapper, but only part of one, the corner of one. You get sloppy, but it's that tired sloppy where you think you got everything, but you miss something. You got to give them just enough to make them think, especially if you're maybe dragging them to their doom. Let's not forget, if I got hunters behind me, I want to kill all of them. If I got someone good enough they can track me, I want to make sure I bring them to their doom. I want to kill them all. I don't want to let them escape. They're actually one of those problems I need to get rid of.
See how that? Too, Mark.
Well, repeat. Go ahead, caller again.
Another thing too, Mark. Men in the field, and it doesn't take many. If they've been out there for a while, they stink.
Oh yeah.
You can smell them.
Smell like a polecat. Yeah, we stink. Humans really do stink. I mean, we create all kinds of cosmetics to make us think we don't. But in reality, yes, you get a call. You get 10 people out there. This is why if you look at some of the stuff done during Vietnam, you'll see at different times. There's a video out there that was done about 1967, before the Tet Offensive, and it's patrolling with an SF group. Walter Schmidlap is out there embedded with. They didn't say embedded back in the day. They had, we're traveling with one of the SF teams. And they're just doing a sweep of the area. They're not doing a deep patrol. I think actually, it's explained in the video. But at a certain point, you're seeing them wash their hairy hind end, and they're even washing their clothes. Why? Well, guys, 110 degrees and total humidity, and you know what you smell like in a day or 2, 3? So, good, like you said, caller, what they did is they're out there scrubbing their hind end. No, they're not all doing it at once. If you pay attention, everybody's taking turns, and an element of the team is scrubbing their arse while the others are all tactical. But the idea is that they're all getting everything done, squared away as quick as they can, and that way they're not quite as nasal receptive. Good point again. And by the way, as you've always heard, try to smell like your enemy. But if you're in your own territory, that's kind of difficult to discern because, hey, we're all eating everybody's stuff. I got a little pair of 4-footed black pads trying to help me there. Sorry about that. Anything else? Caller, jump in there. We're right at the top. We got to go.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Do this. Call in at 8 o'clock, because, guys, we're on the same subject. In fact, we can do whatever we want. This is our network. God bless our republic.
That's the new world.
We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The Empire is on the run. Well, thank you, sir. Guys, for everybody out there, creative minds need to work on the same page here because we are fighting to win. Our purpose is to compete. You're in the ultimate competition for freedom and for liberty against slavers and those who would destroy us. You have a mission. Let's make sure it happens for all of you. Participate. God bless you all. We're going to be back at 8 o'clock. And again, call back in and get a chance. We are busy. Ed taking over. It is Monday on Liberty Tree Radio.
It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. March along with the piper boys, we were born forever free. Let's go pay the piper boys beneath the liberty tree. It's a tall old tree.
Terminator, Stalker's captured back in the paid low crew that went down in the area. Over. All hitmen, 3 victors. Be advised, we'll roll and freeze to attack 295 at 1800 Zulu. No copy. Badger, Badger 2-3. Who cleared those Cobras hot? Roger. Interrogative. Do you have a positive ID on any enemy personnel there? Badger 2-1, this is Blue 2, multiple contacts on the wall. Final 2, this is Final 2-1. I have visual on enemy armor closing 12 clicks due north of the Eiffel Tower, supported by infantry and attack heroes. How copy? Over. Grizzly 2, this is Final 2-1. We're taking heavy fire from all across the forward on. Right. 2-2, Eagle, victory is gone. They took a direct hit from an RPG. Warhorse, this is Hitman. Adjust fire. System A. Over. 10-digit click. Charlie, Oscar, 258, 792, 3165. Over. 6-bit MP, station close. Request back. Over. Grizzly Storm 2, Bravo, 3 rounds. 4 guns in effect. Target number Sierra Tango, 256, out. Shot, out. Splash, over. Warhorse, this is Hitman. 10-digit impact, green follow. Charlie, Oscar, 257, 681, 2254. Danger close. Collective fire full effect. Over. 2-1, 2-3, 2-2 is down. Repeat, 2-2 is down. Contact left, contact left. Yeah, boys, right side, right side. Copy all out. Stalker 5-1, this is Stalker, stand by for information. TO220, close in fire support, non-standard -1 to -12, then +4 to +2. Gun target line 050. On the target, on the target, how copy, over. Northeast of the mall, about 1.5 clicks. There is a stadium, call contact. South edge of that stadium is a road running along east-west access to a large glass building with a deli on the side. Call contact. We are observing from the structure directly to the east of the glass building. Looking east down that road. Call contact. Your target is a column of 2-5 enemy T-9 is moving from east to west along that road. They appear to be turning onto it from the north, adjacent to the railroad tracks running north to south, east of the stadium. Roger that. Lean the left. Falcon, this is Stalker BDA. Good effect on target. 11 tanks confirmed destroyed. 7 tanks mobilized. 7 tanks blockaded by direction. Right. Make another pass. Over. 5-2 rolling ahead. Fast time. Interrogative. What's the status of your man down? Over. Stalker 2 copies. Falcon 2-1, this is Stalker 2. Stand by for 9 line. How copy, over? Falcon 2-1, Stalker 2. 9 line follows. IP hammer. Heading 225 magnetic. Distance 5 nautical miles. Target elevation 215 MSL. 3 T-90s near a large green 3-story factory building. Grid 57.
Good evening and welcome to TechCom. It's Monday, well, it's always Monday here on TechCom, July 2020, 13th, July 13th, 2020. We're going to start the show with some COVID stuff. We're we're not going to be talking about whether it's real or not, because that's actually completely irrelevant to the current discussion, or the topics anyway, the specific topics. So, let's see here. Okay, so I read a thread. I'm not sure if this is, well, it's not anything real new as far as news within the last couple of months. But they apparently, if this is the thing, I think it is. I don't see the name used that I'm familiar with, but all the other names, are there. Bill Gates, MasterCard, let's see here, Wellness Pass. Anyway, I'll just read this article, or some of it here. But they plan on using Africa as a testing ground. So a new biometric identity platform partnered with the Gates-funded GAVA Vaccine Alliance and MasterCard will launch in West Africa and combine COVID-19 vaccinations, cashless payments, potential law enforcement applications. Biometric digital identity platform that evolves just as you evolve. Is set to be introduced to low-income remote communities in West Africa thanks to public-private partnership between Bill Gates-backed GAVA Vaccine Alliance, MasterCard, and the AI-powered identity authentication company Trust Stamp. Okay, so what I'm looking for here is, what was it? They called it, last I knew it was called ID 2020. And it was the same idea, basically. And this sounds, I'm pretty sure Bill Gates, yeah, he was. Because, Microsoft was backing ID 2020. So I'm trying to see, I do not see ID 2020 mentioned on here. But like I said, all like the typical names and stuff seem to be showing up on this. Although they seem to refer to it as something, they seem to refer to it as trust stamps. So did they change the name of this? It sounds like exactly the same thing, more or less. Okay, I'm just trying to figure this out here. Now, personnel. Sounds like the same thing. Existed is in the hash. Yeah, only a small percentage of the data that originally existed is in the hash. It sounds like, because they were talking about using blockchain. Biometric identity. Sounds like the same thing. Why is this not the same thing? Let me do a search, or let me go to the ID 2020 website, see if it's different. Or, some people, they put up a website and then they never update it and then they move on. And you're thinking you're going to get updates from them. And we changed websites, never told anybody. While that's loading slowly, as long as I'm still on the air, unless it's not really a website. But anyway, so the basic idea behind these ID systems is, and I'll point out what's interesting is they passed a law, I thought, in Michigan actually recently to ban microchip implants. I don't know if it was specifically for identification or what the details were there, but what's interesting to note is this system that Bill Gates and all of them wanted to come out with, it doesn't use any implants. It uses what did I call it? Biometric identification. which basically gets into whether it's like a thumb. It could be several different things. It can be an iris scan. It could be a facial scan. It could be a thumbprint scan. It could be all three. It could be something I forgot to mention. And then what happens is that's like the password. And the information, the actual data itself, is actually put into the cloud or the blockchain. Well, the blockchain's on the cloud. It's put in a blockchain, which is the same technology Bitcoin uses, or based on the same basic technology. It's basically encrypted, and it's in this blockchain, and it can be accessed. Anybody that has access to the internet can access this, or potentially download it, except for, as people with Bitcoin have figured out, that it starts getting really, really large, like, hundreds of gigabytes. But anyway, your face or your biometric ID is basically like the unlocking mechanism or password, more or less, to this system. So basically, they can only unlock it if you're there as the key to unlock it. Now, what's interesting is this. This could be used in place of any sort of implantable thing. That's almost kind of outdated in a sense, so to speak. Not that it won't come back or something, but this is the current route they're heading. So that is interesting in that respect. Of course, they're testing it out with people in third world countries first. I've heard they've been testing out is it a cashless system or something like that in India? Some places they've been testing things out. As a side note, it's interesting to note that the mask, wearing a mask over your face, actually covers up several key points to the facial recognition system. And now there are companies, they've updated some apps to unlock your phone with a mask on, and there's some other companies bragging about how their system now works with people with masks on. But here's what they do not tell you. Most likely the way they're getting the system to work with the mask is they are just deleting those data points out of the equation. Now, I forget exactly how many key points are on your face. Like, I think your cheekbones are like 2 points, your nose, your eyes, your mouth, all the key features there, chin. Anyway, a mask on your face covers up like at least half of them, which means the accuracy of the system is going to be, I don't know, anyway, math and stuff, is going to be cut in, I don't know, half or whatever that would end up being. So they may, brag about, oh, yeah, it still works, but that means like there's several other people out there that can now unlock your phone, so to speak, or probably a lot more people. I wouldn't say come to think of it, considering, I don't think that might be an exponential calculation there. I don't think it would jump to half as many people or twice as many people, because that would only be 2, and you're taking out half the points, which opens a huge amount. So anybody that has the same eye and, nose alignment there, can now unlock your phone, as an example, anyway, or whatever facial ID system. So that's something I thought was interesting about that. Let's see here. Okay, I covered using. Okay, let me check if the website ever loaded. No, it did not. Which Okay, is it because the website's not there, or is it because my internet's not working? In which case I would not be on air. So, okay, let me just test a website. Okay, so it's just that website in particular. ID 2020. I thought that was the website. Now, maybe they took that website down and changed its name. Okay, it's id2020.org. id2020.org, not .com. So we need to get digital ID right. Discover the Alliance. Well, so here it says since 2016. So, are there two different systems being developed at the same time here? Some good old competition. Choose your tyranny. I mean, they do it with the presidency. Choose A or B. Communist Party A or Communist Party B. You do know that in the Soviet Union, they did have, you know, in Soviet countries, well, I don't know if there's any communist countries, they do have elections, and you get to choose which communist you put in government. So I wonder if... Okay, these are the same people. We have Gavi, I mentioned before. It's called the Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. They're listed as the second one. The Rockefeller Foundation, Microsoft. There were some others, but those were the main ones that were familiar to me there. So I wonder if ID 2020 and what was the name of this other system? It was Trust Stamp. Okay, let's... Trust Stamp. Well, it comes up with the same... Okay, I think Trust Stamp is actually the payment system part of ID 2020. Like, I think ID, or possibly here, ID 2020 might just kind of be the program or the initiative to do this, and then the actual system itself is called something else, like Trust Stamp. So the actual name they come up with here. Anyway, these are things to keep aware of, the names to keep in mind. Actually, let me find... Okay. It's interesting in the Bible, it does say the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. Now, what's interesting about that is, you know, there's translations and things change with the translations. So what's interesting is it's a number of the man. Well, maybe it, I don't know, maybe it actually is, it's the number of the man. Or, well, actually, either way, that can be taken as, what I find interesting here is the ID in this case is literally a biometric. So it is the number that your body produces in the system. So it is the number of a man, or you. I'm not sure where the 666 part comes in, but I find that interesting. Okay, did I finish? Oh, okay. Some fun here. How to remove COVID tracking on Android. I'll post a video, and I'll probably post my own file summary of this as well in the Discord chat. Actually, if you want to find the video and you don't have the Discord chat there, it's how to remove COVID-19 Trace You app from cell phones. Of course, type in something that sounds kind of that generic as far as all the stuff on YouTube. I've found you can type in the exact thing you're looking for and you won't find it on the first page. You have to maybe use Google or some other search engine to find exactly what you're searching for, which is ironic because Google owns YouTube. But I've done the same thing with Amazon because they won't show you what you tell it to search for. It wants to put, because all those sites, they play games with the ratings and stuff. I think I covered this once before recently, so don't go off on that rant. But okay, so where is this? COVID removed COVID. Okay, so how to tell if your phone has COVID-19 installed and how to remove it. Okay, I'll upload this file also to the Discord chat. It's basically I think where did I get the text for this? Oh, well, doesn't matter. Okay, there it is. I know I'm on the air because I can hear my own post on on Discord there. Or, yeah, only makes noise when you receive one, so yeah, that's correct. Okay, so how to tell if your phone has COVID-19 installed and how to remove it. Now, mind you, I had to do some of these things multiple times. I don't know if it's because I screwed up something and I didn't do it in order, or I forgot a step and it came back. So you do have to keep an eye on it. But for the last few days, I've not had a problem. It's also possible maybe if there's a system upgrade on your phone that it automatically updates the programs in question at that time, possibly. Maybe that's why it seems to come back sometimes. But anyway, you step one, you go to the settings on the phone. It's a little widget or whatever, gear. Anyway, yeah. Click on the Google. It's either Google or Google and accounts or something like that. Some phones are different. If you see a COVID-19 at the top of the list, it's where all your Google accounts are and all that crap for the Google settings. See COVID-19 at the top of the list, you have it on your phone. Step one, click on Play Store. Go into the Play Store, go in the settings on Play Store, and change it to do not update or do not auto update apps. This was enabled. I normally have this disabled. This was enabled, and I didn't even realize it. But this is a key part here is turn off auto updates. Otherwise, it's going to keep coming back. That's in the Play Store. Now then go to Settings, and then go to Security and Location. Under these settings, and shut off Find My Device. That's under the settings, go Security and Location, shut off Find My Device. Now, you might have to go, after doing these other steps, you might have to go back in and shut off Find My Device again, because I found it back on again somehow. So, this is the most important part. Anyway, they tell you to have your phone backed up for this, but I've messed with so much stuff on my phones and never had an issue. Whatever. Of course, not my entire life is not on my phone, so. Okay, now go back to the settings. Go to the apps and notifications, or just the apps, whatever it's called there, and then click on See All Apps, and then you look for Google Play Services. It's Google Play Services, not Google Play Store. Google Play Services. Click on that. There's a thing, 3 dots up in the corner, and there's an option on there to uninstall updates. Or some phones have advanced options, but you find the one that's uninstall updates on there. And that will take Google Play Services back to the original version that came with your phone, which does not have the COVID tracking stuff with it. This may or not break some programs on the phone. Just, I don't know, it depends if they required a newer version of Google Play Services. I haven't had any real adverse effects to this. Now, I mentioned before how I was actually blocking it with a app called, I think it's called NetGuard Firewall. But that's, that only does so much. That only blocks it talking, and then Google Play Services can't be used for anything else if it's being blocked. Of course, that's the app. In my opinion, that is the app that I believe is responsible for any sort of tracking on the phone. I know that it tells Google your location. Because when I would accidentally leave location on the phone and start up the Play Store, like I said, well, it uses Google Play Services. The Play Store would be trying, as one of those, would be trying to access the GPS. I wasn't even actively using those apps at the time. I just happened to restart the phone, and I had the location on, and then the Wi-Fi, and it was trying to use the GPS. It's like, well, why does Google need to know where I'm at? So it will do that if you let it. So I guess that's not a bad reason to have the firewall blocking that. I forget if you root your phone, you can figure out how to remove Google Play Services. Otherwise, I'm not sure if you can disable it. I just have the location off unless I'm using the GPS. Let's see here. China and power and prosperity. Okay, somebody's commenting on that. Okay, so the rest of the show tonight was actually supposed to be the rest of the gun show. Go to the 36-minute mark. Okay, I can say we'll do this. It's a video posted in Discord chat here. Now I'm hungry for Chinese food. Okay, just a second here. Oh, okay. It's about 5G and stuff. I will look at that later. Because otherwise you just hear silence when I'm trying to watch a video during the middle of the show. Where is... Okay, so back to the gun show. I have not started yet today. Okay, where is this? I've added to my stuff here, and it's not exactly in order, so... Okay, so basically, where the heck am I? Just a second. I think I left off at legal alternatives for some fancy, legal alternatives for those weapons that the federal government wants you to get a butt stamp for. That should be legal according to the Second Amendment, but the federal government feels that they should not be. So, but there are alternatives that get you kind of in the not in the ballpark. I mean, they're not real bad substitutes. Let's just put it that way. And it's not really worth. I mean, unless you've already literally engaged the enemy. It's not worth, if you haven't done anything yet, it's not worth having them around for them to use as an excuse. So, anyway, one of those on the original show was actually bump stocks, or I mentioned bump stocks. Now, this is not as much of an issue since they're banned. And if you get caught with one, you might as well actually just converted your weapon the proper way because you're getting the same thing. However, my opinion on those bump stocks is that they were more gimmicky, or more of a toy. They might not have been a bad idea if you needed to have at least practice with somebody having a squad automatic weapon, or maybe not a, that would work for that, because it's just, if you're in a real combat, when you pull that trigger and you need it to do something, you need it to be consistent and reliable, and counting on yourself because you had to, I guess the bump stocks, you had to pull forward or something. A squad automatic gunner, assuming you're not using him as a close quarters guy, clearing a room or something with him, like sometimes they would use in Iraq and stuff. That's not what he's meant for, though. It's for covering fire, stuff like that. And at least typically with that, you could get away using a bump stock for that. Okay, I'm trying to read why I stuck my next thing on here. Why did I put that there? Okay, I have ran about the assault weapons ban on here. I'm not sure what the relevancy was originally. I guess I will cover it anyway. Anyway, I guess the assault weapons ban charts, this is the 94 to 2004 ban. They show gun deaths actually went down during the 1994 to 2004 ban. However, and because of that, some idiots will try to say that this is, the ban was responsible for that. But, how does banning bayonet lugs and other cosmetic features lower the death rate? Only a complete idiot or a liar would think this, or say this, I should say. The only thing that I'm trying to think, the only two things I can think of the assault weapons ban, I guess this is somewhat relevant. They're always trying to pass one of these anyway, because some people are like, oh my God, they're going to, well, there's at least one guy in Congress that tries to put this thing forward every single year. So it's, it's whatever. Regardless of whether its chance of passing, is realistic or not. The only two things I could say that would even affect any sort of crime rate possibly, out of all the stuff they did, cosmetic ban, features banned and stuff, the only two things I can think of that might affect anything would be the magazine capacity they banned and quote unquote assault pistols. Now then, and I'm not even saying this would even be real significant at that, because you could, if you wanted the magazines bad enough, you could still get them. Actually, if you wanted an assault pistol, you could still get that too, for that matter. Gangbangers tend to like small, compact guns with a high rate of fire. So the assault pistol, quote unquote, kind of fits that role. You see nowadays, it used to be like the Mac, Mac 10s and stuff in the 80s. Now it's actually the, what's it called? The Draco AK pistol is real popular with the gangbangers now. I've seen it used in some of the riots and stuff. So, that might have some effect on something like that. But for the most part, it was bayonet lugs and cosmetic features that did jack squat. So this is interesting because on one hand, aside from the magazine capacity, it didn't significantly, in my opinion, it didn't actually significantly limit the militiaman from his firepower. Now, it made it kind of, be nice to have a flash hider that actually properly works. And there are things that are nice to have, but for the most part, you still were able to have your AR-15. Now, obviously, I'm not saying this in support of this at all, but I'm just saying it wasn't actually really as for both, it wasn't as good as some libtards will say it was at banning things, and it wasn't necessarily as bad either, But anyway, moving on, I almost think I might have segued that into the next topic here, but I don't see how I did that on the original show of this. Okay, so we have binary triggers. Those supposedly are still legal. They're pull, or at least in most states anyway. They are basically binary triggers. They're pull and release triggers. Now, these are still somewhat gimmicky. I think they're less gimmicky than a bump stock, but they are still. You need some practice with them, which you would not have to do on an actual real automatic weapon. Actually, you should still have some practice with them. But what my point is here, to get them to work properly, you still have to have a little bit of practice with them, because it's a pull and release, and if you pull that sucker too fast, they have timing issue. They can have timing issues because there is no sear to time the action. So you have one. There's like at least 2 different companies that make these. Now, personally, having a two-round burst actually doesn't sound like a bad thing. There is actually a concept as far as defeating body armor is to get the next round as close as possible to the original hole. And, after 3 rounds, the gun is not, that close on target anymore. Hence the 3-round burst. But I'm thinking the 2-round burst would actually be, I'd almost prefer that. So these kind of give you a 2-round burst. It didn't look, the action, it did not look like it was cycling as smooth as an actual, actual real full auto is almost smoother, and it's, because there's no delay when it's functioning, which there is with semi-auto. Side note, the 9mm AR-15 has more recoil, at least from what I read. They said it has more recoil than a regular 223 because there is oftentimes a 9mm subgun will be an open bolt, and so there is no it cancels itself out, because as soon as it hits in the chamber, it fires the round and it's going back it's going back like that. Whereas in the AR-15 9mm, it's still a hammer-fired system, even if it's on full auto. And there's still that delay, because as soon as the bolt pushes the round into the chamber, it doesn't automatically fire on like an open bolt. It still has to wait for the hammer to fall. And so that produces this delay. So instead of counteracting its own force, instantly, there's that delay, and it creates actually more recoil. Then, so anyway, there's the two different companies, at least, with the binary trigger. One has its... Okay, I stuck... Where is this? Okay, one resets on pulling past the hammer, or past the hammer fall, and one resets when releasing forward. So, let's see. One, you have to pull the thing back farther than normal before you release it. So, yeah. So what it is, you pull the trigger and it releases the hammer, and you still have to keep pulling it back even after the gun fires in order to give enough travel time to release it forward so that it fires again. Then the other version actually has it resets when you release it forward. I would actually go with the one. The one's actually less complicated when it releases on the forward, and so you don't have to remember to pull it back all the way. However, the issue with that one is that you have to remember not to pull it too fast. Otherwise, then you'll have it not fire because it's easy to overrun the cyclic rate of the weapon. Seeing how, pulling the trigger on semi-auto is typically, about a little less than half the speed on full. So on a lot of weapons. So therefore, if you are firing twice each time you pull the trigger, then you're going to easily start outrunning the action there. So I would actually go with the second one there. You just have to remember to pull it slow enough not to fire too fast there. But anyway, what I actually recommend instead of these more gimmicky ways, like I said, I still, it might not be a bad idea if you have a saw gunner for him to have one of these. But what I actually recommend instead of any of these gimmicky things is a nice aftermarket 2-stage trigger or some other lighter aftermarket trigger, because you'll make the trigger pull a lot easier and smoother, and that will be better for semi-auto, single shots. And then if you want to speed things up, well, it makes that faster too. And then you're not using these, gimmicks, more or less here. And it goes bang every time you pull it. Okay, let's see here. Where is this? There's also some... yeah, I would go with an aftermarket, like 2-stage or some lighter trigger. Now, there's even like another trigger called a TacCon Raptor drop-in trigger. It's called assisted reset. There's also a gimmicky trigger called an assisted reset trigger. And basically, I think what happens is it trigger slaps your finger. I think it probably does. Anyway, the point, the actual point behind it is it's supposed to push. I believe it actually pushes the trigger forward after you pull it. Hence assisted reset, so that the trigger pull is not as long when you go to pull it again. Supposedly, it's supposed to speed up firing. I think I actually watched some videos on this, and it didn't really. They didn't really find that it worked real great. I have a description. Okay, I did have a description here of it. It's the positive reset characteristics is achieved by transferring the force from the bolt carrier through the trigger assembly, instantaneously assisting the trigger back into the sear. 2-stage triggers match lighter trigger pull, faster or more accurate if single shots. Not sure if that was a sentence or just my notes. Okay, so I guess the end all there is just get a good aftermarket trigger instead. Single shot one. Okay. Now when they changed, one part that's not in here because they did do the bump stock ban thing. Thanks, Trump. Sarcasm. So they screwed with the definition of machine gun. It was real simple before. The definition was actually fires more than one round per pull of trigger. No, per action. Per function of trigger is what that was, not pull. Which is interesting because some states' assault weapons bans actually say pull of trigger, not function of trigger. Therefore, by the definition of some states' assault weapons bans, when you pull the trigger, you're actually, with one of these two binary triggers, you're actually firing twice. Therefore, by that definition, I haven't seen anybody use this defense. By that definition, as long as you had one of these triggers like this, a binary trigger in the gun, it would no longer be an assault rifle, according to their law. Or at least not before Trump had them screw it up anyway. It may still be like that, or it may still work. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, so I just talk to ones way more than I would like in my life. Anyway, it's function. The federal law was function of trigger. I read it again. They screwed it up so good. It doesn't even make sense. It's like these mask quote unquote laws, which aren't laws because executive order is not a law. But anyway, you have to wear a mask unless you don't. Well, that's kind of how the new machine gun federal definition there goes. It's like, well, it's function of trigger unless it's like pull trigger, or like you have a binary trigger now, but not a bump stock, because that's like not, or something. I don't know. It's so it's so muddy, the definition. It's not even, other lawyers have read that definition. They're like, this is just, it's totally messed up now. They're like function of trigger now refers to pull of trigger, or unless it's a binary trigger, and then it's not. But if it's a bump stock, it is. Whatever. They screw that up majorly, because function of trigger, there is, they considered before a pull of the trigger as two functions, a pull and a release, as being two different, one, each one being a function. So that's how the binary triggers got through. There's also, I guess historically, there have been binary triggers that have been referred to as, two gun. There was some competition with like shotguns that had like pull and release triggers. That's been around forever. And just now they've, recently they've decided, hey, we could apply this in an AR, and you know. Okay, so the other issue here is we just covered the federal ban on machine guns, basically. Alternatives to that. If you think you need to fire faster, which shouldn't always be the case. Now then we have solutions for, I call them car guns, but if you just need a shorter weapon for whatever reason, like a PDW, personal defense weapon, stuff like this. Let's see here. There's a lot of short rifles you can get that aren't considered, short-barreled rifles. They have 16-inch barrels and stuff. There's folding Caltex. High points are pretty short. An AK with folding stock is pretty small. They, of course, have the AR pistols. There's the with or without arm brace. You can still use that tube on that gun as a... you can still shoulder the tube even if it doesn't have an arm brace. That is the next wonder thing to possibly go there, that arm brace. But whatever. Bullpups. Keep that short with a full-length barrel. Now, what's interesting on some of these guns with the full-length barrel, obviously an AR pistol with the arm brace would fall under, at least in Michigan, as a pistol, in some other states, as a pistol, and then you could use it as a CCW weapon. It could be up there with you, next to the driver's seat and stuff, depending on your state laws. Obviously, AR pistol it's a pistol, but with these other shorter guns with full-length barrels, which federally are considered, full-length rifles, at least in Michigan, if it's under 27 inches, or not under 27, if it's under 30 inches, so federal is 26. There's a 4-inch area there. If the gun falls into in Michigan, you're supposed to register as a pistol. However, now that an example I will use is a folding AK, or AK with a folding stock, standard, length. That falls around 26, 27 inches long. That's considered a pistol in Michigan. You can have an actual stock on it because it's a 16-inch barrel. However, since you have to register as a pistol, now all the pistol laws apply to it, which is normally would be a bad thing, except for, in Michigan, you're not supposed to have your gun loaded unless you have a CCW for a pistol. It's a pistol and you have a CCW for it. It's like, now your AK becomes a CCW weapon. And you can have that anywhere in the car, loaded. With the CCW. So there are some advantages to that. It means you can actually legally walk around with an AK underneath your trench coat as a pistol with the CCW. So just some interesting, I'm not going to call them loopholes that it makes, but interesting situations it makes with there. Okay, let's see. Did I cover? Okay, some other quick things that I have not heard other people ever mention. Okay, if you're going to build, if you're scrap building, your resistance weapons in the garage or something, you feel the need to do that for whatever reason because there's not 5 billion AR-15s lying around without ammo. You could have just bought some ammo for when you had the chance. Anyway. Okay, assuming that you haven't figured out, you're making your scrap metal guns and you need to make barrels for them, but you don't have the ability to make rifling. Now there's some tutorials online of doing some improvised rifling on stuff. There's even a chemical process where you actually put an insert into the barrel and use chemicals to actually etch the rifling on there. I encourage you to look that stuff up, at least have the information on hand. Okay, so let's say you have a smoothbore instead, which a lot of these improvised weapons in different countries, you'll find they'll have smooth bores, and what happens is the bullet comes out, and then by the end of the room, the bullet is going sideways, which is like smacking somebody at that point. Well, a nasty smack. But that you don't want that. So if you can't get the barrel rifled, actually, if I was improvising something and I could not rifle the barrel, I'd actually try to go, especially if I was having to make my own ammo, which would be a complete pain in the rear. But I would go with some sort of, I'd follow like a shotgun type pattern or something as far as the design of the weapon. But if you have ammo, actual factory ammo there, or reloading or whatever, and you do not have rifling in your barrel, then somehow try to figure out, put lead balls, replace the actual bullets with lead balls instead. Or, actually, you know what? You could almost make like a mini shotgun with like a 9mm. That's not what I'm talking about, though. A single lead ball in place of the bullet, in place of the conical bullet, because a musket ball in an unrifled barrel is actually self-stabilizing. It's not as accurate and does not have as much range as the actual rifled barrel with a conical bullet. However, it will stabilize itself and have halfway decent range compared to not having at all with a conical bullet, which will then be going sideways at the end of the room. So I've not heard anything about improvised, firearms like that actually suggest this information. And people to this day, criminal gangs and stuff, they still will be making in third world countries, and they'll still be improvising weapons and be using non-rifled barrels with the same results. Whatever. But this is something just to keep in mind. I honestly would just go with open bolt shotgun design if I had to actually improvise something like that. So, okay, so the last tip here before we get out of here is, if you know you're going to be fighting somebody that's going to be wearing body armor that you probably won't be penetrating with whatever rounds you're using, then I'd actually recommend using either a ballistic tip or a soft point instead of a full metal jacket. Now, the reason for this is, or a hollow point. However, hollow points have a tendency to jam in a lot of weapons. So a ballistic tip or a soft point. Ballistic tip is basically a soft hollow point with a plastic tip on it. But what I'd recommend is soft point or ballistic tip. And the reason here is because those rounds, they do not penetrate anywhere as much, but they leave a devastating wound, but a real shallow wound. So that means it wouldn't be hitting any vital, typically. It doesn't go deep enough to really hit vital organs and stuff. I mean, it can, but it's not, like the full metal jacket. However, if you're not going to be, going into any vital organs anyway because they have body armor on, then you want to cause the most bleeding and stuff, and appendages and stuff as you can. Therefore, ballistic tip or soft point if you cannot penetrate the body armor. I have not heard anybody mention this either, but that's the show tonight. And have a good night.
Terminator 3, this is Terminator. Stalkers catch attacking a paid low crew that went down in the area. Over. All hitmen 3-6ers, be advised. We're rolling freeze to attack.
We all need to prepare ourselves. You might have the food, water, gold, and silver, but ask yourself, are you truly prepared? That's why you need to visit MaineMilitary.com. MaineMilitary.com carries everything you need. Gas masks, fire starter kits, high-capacity magazines, chemical suits, military surplus items, and much more. Do you own a firearm? MaineMilitary.com has a large selection of pistols and rifles suited for your needs. Are your local stores sold out of ammunition? Call or visit them today for prices on hard-to-find ammo and bulk ammo orders. You don't need to worry about having a military surplus store in your area because MaineMilitary.com is the only store you'll ever need, all from the comfort of your computer. Visit them online today at MaineMilitary.com. That's Maine, like the state, military.com.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12 gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper, so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm, so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm, and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn, and your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand. Defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
And good evening to all of our friends up there in Saginaw, Michigan, where you're watching the Canadians right now. And we ain't talking Canadian hockey players. Also in Midland. Appreciate the heads up. And everybody is presently online and also monitoring radio and air traffic in your AO. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Evening Intelligence Report. I'm Mark Corky. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, southwest, north, south, and northeast. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com. We're also on AM and FM micro stations, CB base stations, and UltraNet, Hallmark, and Golden Spike technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon and evening to all our friends out there in lower 49, the great state of Jefferson, which is 3 hours behind us, along with a whole bunch of you on the left coast, along with those that are in darkness and night. Well, it's not even dark here, and we're in the eastern seaboard side. Okay, it's just sunset, heading that way. But a beautiful day, perfect day so far. And also to our friends out there in the outlying 2 states, the territories, and the clock. It is 8:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Monday. It is July the 13th. Monday the 13th. It means absolutely nothing. But what the heck? There's a 13 in there somewhere. So I'm sure Nostradamus, or is that Notre Damus, man? Dude, I know I read a book. I actually did just get another copy of the predictions of Nostradamus. It's about like 2 inches thick. It's free. It came with the machine shop we bought, by the way. Yeah, I know. There's a bunch of books there. But that was one that kind of jumped out. It's like, oh, another one. Oh, man. Anyway, Notre Damus telling us all we're all going to die any minute now. And it can be interpreted any minute of the day and any day of the week and any month of the year, et cetera, with Notre Damus. You can just throw, it's the big Ouija board a la book. Anyway, it is 8:09 p.m. It is Monday. It is the 12th year of open Fabian Socialist and Soviet Socialist occupation of America with a K. 2020 Old Earth calendar. Give it all she's got, Captain. And 2020 year of the Dance of Swords. If they're going to do the cashless garbage, we're going to war. It's just that we're finished. That's done. And they're already, trying to figure out how to cripple people it in. It's going to get them killed, and they deserve it. So I don't have a problem with that. Boom, boom, pop, pop. And let's get rid of the bankers and anybody promoting the cashless society. We got work to do and people to get rid of. Everybody pretty well agrees. So, well, bang, bang. Anyway, it is Monday. We were talking about medical supplies during the 2-hour block quite extensively. And I would remind you that anything and everything that you can collect is going to help. And also remember feminine devices, Kotex pads, mini-thins, maxi-thins. Individually packed ones are really great. You should be incorporating handfuls of those into all of your medical packs. Why? Well, they're cheap and relatively free, inexpensive, and they are supplemental. They are things that will help to stretch whatever you've already got and make it go farther, which is going to be a big problem. You will never have enough ammo. You will never have enough clothing and boots, and you are not going to have enough in the way of medical supplies. And of course, we don't even want to talk about food yet. Well, yeah, we do. Buy more food and ammo. Both are weapons the governments, especially communist Chinese governments, use on you. Oh, or Chinese, or communist. How about just plain communist? Anyway, a couple of the things here on the list today. Needless to say, we got noise in Detroit. Who cares? It's like there's nobody left there. If they burn anything down, nobody's going to fix it. The neighborhoods aren't being repaired that were, wiped out from the crack wars. Piss on them. And the noisemakers and the pot stirrers that are in there, hopefully the cops will shoot them. If not, well, they'll burn things down. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, my. So don't worry about that. Make sure that they just don't leave the area and come out and bother us. And by the way, when they're done burning down Detroit, all of you that are in Detroit, if you want to do burn that down, go to Atlanta. You really need to move to Atlanta. Go down and move to Atlanta. It's warm all the time. right down I-75. So if you're going to burn out Detroit, don't slide sideways. Go down to Atlanta. You get all the welfare and all the other fun stuff and the freebie stuff that way, and you'd be helping out all those people in Atlanta. See how that works? Pretty cool. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, if you haven't seen it, for all the noise and BS that they've been making with Detroit, which, by the way, remember last week I said, so far I've been dead quiet, which it had. What we had is trying to find any excuse. In this case, it became pretty stinking obvious. Homie Fry was next to another Homie Fry in some kind of gang bust that was going on. Broad daylight, by the way. It was not in darkness. And the Homie Fry that got shot, first of all, was digging around in his pockets. If you haven't seen the video, he was scooping in that pocket. He had a pair of sag pants on, but he's scooping in that pants pocket. The cops are all watching, and he pulls out a Beretta 25 automatic, little Jetfire model, and starts wailing away at point-blank range on a cop. And apparently missed him, which is rather fascinating, but the Homie Fry shoot didn't help. The cops turned around and put a bunch of bullets on him, which was righteous, and the guy was put down, and that's what all the noise is about. The 19-year-old punk who, could have stepped away, he actually was just kind of stand there, and they were grabbing this other Homie Fry, and they were only like about a foot or two apart, and actually Homie Fry number 2, the one that got shot, probably could have just walked away. But he did do what, the dog promised to do, and he fired up the individual accordingly, fired up the cops. The cops returned fire. He got dead. Now everybody's bleeding and screaming, oh, the police need to be investigated. It's like, well, not really. But, Detroit's as bad as Detroit's going to be, and I'm not worried about investigating anything because we don't go there. And, in fact, the same is true for pretty much all the big cities. Stay away from them. You won't be part of the drama, and the drama queens that occupy all of those areas now. The blacks got the Detroit area, and the blacks can do what they want with the Detroit area. Don't come out and piss with us. We're not going to go in and piss with you. Everybody's happy. Show me how you can build and how you'll manage so well. How many of those neighborhoods have been rebuilt? Yeah, they just kind of sit there as open fields, don't they? Got all the white people's houses, drove all the white people away, got the white people's houses, and then burned the houses to the ground, and the neighborhoods to the ground, and the businesses to the ground. And, wow, we can go right down the shopping list. It just burned and tore down some more. And why didn't everybody come back and bid? Because we don't need to. It's not our job. You didn't want us there. We're evil. We evil white demon. Evil white demon. So the white demon's not around anymore. Who do you blame next? Oh, that's right. You got to find. It's all of our fault because we're not coming in and being victims. How dare me? How dare me? Yeah. So anyway, also today is supposed to be the first day of Greta Bruce Jenner's order for the face muzzles. Pretty much everybody's saying piss off. Nobody's going along with it. Or the ones that are, just pay attention to who the slaves are. They're the ones you're going to be deporting later on once this war kicks in and we finish it. Once we're done with everything, we're going to deport about 1/5 of the population of the United States. That's not a problem. Oh, no, they're not all Hispanic. There's a whole bunch of other ones that we are going to deport when the time comes. They're going to get dropped somewhere, and I'm not going to wait for permission. It's just that simple. They're going to be dropped out, left somewhere else, somebody else's problems, and they will not be allowed to come back, period. That's all there is to it. And for all, it's going to be a war. And it's pretty well settled that we can't get along with them and they can't get along with us. And since we're in competition, we plan on competing and competing to win, right? That should be your agenda. We're going to compete, but we're going to compete to win. So, what else do we need to do? Medical supplies we touched on. We may have a few other callers. And again, give me a minute, and we'll just play. Basically, if anybody wants to call in, you can. But a couple other items here, and I want to go down the shopping list. I'm trying to pull up 2 or 3 other questions we had while I was off, and we were on break for an hour, of course. Every day we are, Monday through Friday. With regard to, who should be designated medical person, the medical man or woman, well, that's going to be amongst you guys. You're going to have to come up with, first of all, desire and interest is one thing. It's really critical because not everybody wants to fish around into somebody else's messy bullet hole, bullet wound. It's kind of yucky when that happens. It's amazing how many people, though, can and will step forward when the time comes. And we are going to have to draft people. We're going to have to be bringing people up specifically for the purpose of getting everybody, getting the apprentices plugged in to run with the program. So if you have people with a genuine interest and they have a little bit of background, I'm going to point out that veterinarians are going to be regular doctors real quick. I'm not waiting for a certificate from anybody, and I don't care. If the person is going to step up to the plate, the person is going to have the job. That's all there is to it. But with regard to a doc, slash your unit medic, well, you're going to have to do everything you can to support that individual right from the get-go. And whoever it is that may have done the job before, obviously they're the first pick. We've got nurses, medical support personnel. Any of those obviously can step into the task. May or may not have all the experience that everybody would quote-unquote hope for, but the idea is they got a lot more experience than the average bear, and they're used to seeing people bleed, which really makes a big difference, or at the very least ooze bodily fluids and, thrash around and, puke parts up. You name it, they do it, they see it, and that does count for something. The big thing here, again, is to remember that if you are not going to be a combatant, you certainly can be part of the medical support system. You certainly can be part of transportation, and you certainly can be part of communications. So all of those are open. But with regard to medical, they kind of overlap. We're going to need communications for effective transport and effective support of the many, many elements deployed that will be part of a fighting formation and supporting a fighting formation in the field, formations in the field. And at each level, we need additional personnel to actually help with transportation, if it's specific evacuation of casualties. Now, a lot of our support transportation is going to be pressed in on the outbound for evacuation of personnel anyway. So that's something that's a given. You're all going to have overlapping interests in every category that I've mentioned so far. And each of you will have to know the other person's job, or at least a percentage of the basics of what needs to be done in order for the system to continue to function properly. And we are not going to be wasting any resource or time. If we've got a vehicle going outbound, it becomes an ambulance. It becomes a transporter real quick. If we are coming back forward, supply and support, no matter what you are. Even if you're mechanized and you're a unit going forward, it's what those trailer hitches are for on all of those armored vehicles. The trailer goes forward, it gets dropped. Somebody going to the rear takes an empty trailer back. We're not going to be worrying about licenses or plating or whose is whose when the time comes, because it is part of the war effort. You'll be trading off one trailer for another trailer, eventually yet another one, yet another one, yet another one. The big thing is that we all brought something to the table to participate in getting the job done and focusing on a victory. One of the many things that are going to be difficult, blankets, that's something that everybody's grossly underestimating. I have barrels of wool blankets. I can't even get them anymore. And certainly not for the price that I picked them up decades ago. The stuff that's in storage is vacuum sealed in barrels, ready to be deployed as needed. And I would point out that for a lot of you, again, if we are going to be working with a lot of these casualties, the biggest problem is stuff that you use on casualties is going to have to be reprocessed. So another thing that we haven't talked too much about is laundry services, or actually developing mobile laundries a little more sophisticated than the conventional machines. But conventional machines, if that's all you have, that's what you're going to press into service. And that's something that y'all need to be looking at right now in terms of yet other tiers of support, or that are integrated into a system as it stands. And as a matter of fact, I want to say, thank you to Bob. Okay. Yeah, there actually are military medical laundry systems for sale. I've been watching Iron Planet. I have not seen anything so far that is making me go, wow. But there is technology out there and available, so just as a heads up, military laundry services, machinery in the past we have looked at. including we're talking stuff that'll do yards, like large cement mixers, German washers and German dryers. If you're not familiar with them, they're industrial. And we have bid on some of them, but I haven't gotten anything that's really been, I haven't gotten any recently. In the past, we have bought them. We got 2 of the German washers, trailer mounted, one each trailer each. And then 2 of the German dryers, industrials. These are the big butt industrials. And they're decent, okay? They really work. So I can't complain about what we do have put together, and that's part of what is one of what we call a mess kit battalion, one of our support service units. They've got a percentage of the medical attachments. They have a percentage of what we call Adjutant General, AGs, which includes graves registration, another not happy part of the process, but it needs to be there, identifying enemy casualties and identifying friends and foes alike with regard to graves registration and transfer of remains. So that's something that we've already got to have online. It's not like we're ignorant of it. We just need to make sure it's squared away now so we don't get caught flat-footed and have to play catch-up later. That can get really stinky and messy real fast. So we've got to be ahead of the curve on that one. Another thing, again, with regard to medical, we talked about a little bit, but medical refuse, you're going to have to come up with a disposal system. There's a couple options. Burning is still your best bet, but needless to say, burning attracts attention. So if you are doing, it has to be under whatever, you have to determine the level of control that you have over the area of operation. Now, why burning? Well, we don't want, there's 2 advantages to burning. Number one, if you can get keep the temperature at a certain level, and that means actually managing the burn, you're eradicating, obviously, the waste element, condensing and compressing it to ash, and you're neutralizing all of the biological threats. They actually use high output incinerators for a lot of the medical waste, especially if it's some of the more virulent infectious materials, and obviously wound dressings, things like that. Even after you pull them off a casualty, guys, those things are building up bacteria and effluvia, and it's getting worse, not better by the minute. So you need to have a plan for containment of all biological hazard materials, and that's what anything off of a human being is poison to a human being. We don't need that in the water supply. We don't want that out where it breeds other infectious problems, including parasites and vermin. And so that's another thing that needs to be on the list of things to do. There's plenty to keep you busy, and it has nothing to do with pulling a trigger as far as being up there way up front at the end of the spear. It has to do with all the other things that keep everybody functioning and alive, and maintaining a system that can function when the time comes. Now, I do want to point out something else, and I've seen this over and over again with watching a lot of the dribble with the enemy on the other side. Don't worry, other parts of the enemy that you're facing are better at this. The Antifa are the bottom end, the BLM are the bottom end of the organic sandbag category, and then there's the military, secret police, and Mossad, and all the other turds and filth like that that you're going to be fighting. Now, if we get into a situation, as unit commanders, everybody wants to be in charge. You have to remember also, you don't just have to know how to get into something. You have to know how to extract yourself from something, and breaking contact, as you've probably heard. This is especially critical because if you're properly planned, the time inbound is minimal. The deployment time can be brought down to a matter of minutes from transport to on the ground and functional. Evacuation / or withdrawal of forces, whether successful or failure, can be or should be, I won't say can be, should be comparable in performance to your inbound, your infiltration phase. Your exfiltration phase should be comparable. In fact, that is as much a part of the plan, be it the planned effort with everything going perfectly or having to improvise. Now, I bring up several times with one of the classic examples is the battle of what everybody calls Bunker Hill. The forward defense of the little isthmus that the entire ad hoc defense was put on did a tremendous job for being put up in one night. The defenses were all put there in literally one night. Everything was made mobile. The guns that came in, all the digging that was done under cover of darkness. When they deployed, the units did not have that much in the way of copacetic training or drilling, and progressively as they ran out of ammo for lack of resupply, it's not that they didn't have the ammo, it's that the second echelon behind the defenders wouldn't bring the ammunition forward. Had they done so, the British never would have taken the heights. Never. Had the men taken the risk moving through some of the cannon fire, which, by the way, the officers demonstrated. One guy went out on horseback and showed that he was moving through the cannon fire effectively. And the idiot sticks, of course, everybody, the pucker factor was high enough, they all just sit in their hands. Well, that still shouldn't have been a problem for the unit that was farthest forward, but there was no plan for an orderly withdrawal. And in fact, the casualties took place because there was a limited access point for evacuating from the fortifications. That choke point became a killing zone, and the rest is history, as they say. So, in other words, rather than an orderly withdrawal with some fire or some limiting fire to reduce the enemy and keep them less motivated to approach rapidly, the unit could have extracted itself with little or no casualties. All of the casualties that are produced at Bunker Hill on the American side are from the last-minute fiasco because of failure to be able to withdraw in a uniform and precise manner with the fighting forces that were available. Now, you need to be planning ahead. If you want the big cheese, the big kahuna, the guy in charge, I'm Grand Fleet Admiral Schmidlap, whatever it is, then you better have a plan of action, and you better have a rolling plan ready to go to ensure that if everything goes wrong, you still have something to make it go right. Let me give you an example of how wrong it can go. The communists, the reason that Barbarossa, with Germany's invasion of Russia, went so badly for them, and they're trying to rewrite it because the commies always try to rewrite. Here's what it comes down to. The commissars, it wasn't the generals or just the generals. Any general could have effectively fought with superior force, which the Russians had on the ground. They had vastly superior numbers, and in most cases had effective, not only superior numbers in infantry, but artillery and armor. The Russians had the largest forward-deployed armor formation on the planet, and almost all of it was, to one degree or another, modern. All tanks count. It doesn't make any difference what it was for either side. But you know what happened? There was a political commissar behind every officer, and of course Stalin, the Jewish crazy town fool Stalin, ordered no retreat. Well, you may not retreat, but you may fall back and move within your area of operation. Unit commanders were not allowed to do that. Then idiot stick, less than competent, and basically frothing at the mouth, just like Stalin communist commissars, shot the officers in charge who knew how to manage a formation, and the commissars proceeded to bollocks the whole situation up at a loss of millions of men. Because the commissar P-brain and the ones who are doing that are just like the frothing at the mouth turds you see the Antifa out there on the street. They don't have a clue. They're not producers. They're idiot stick, frothing at the mouth Marxists. But those are the characters they wanted as commissars through the whole machine, and because of that, guess what happened? The cost of millions of men. The Russians had absolute artillery supremacy at the beginning of Operation Barbarossa. They would lose almost all of their heavy artillery on that front. They would lose almost all of their armor on that front. And the number of infantry is just innumerable. Wounded, who of course died later for lack of care, even if they were on the communist side and able to withdraw. Commissars executing mass numbers of personnel who were ordered to withdraw. Executing officers who were withdrawing the troops in an orderly fashion and maintaining the defense in the process were murdered by the communist political commissars. Reality. Prior proper planning prevents piss-poor performance. You've got a lot of work to do. If you're listening right now and you are a militia commander, if you are a fire team leader, if you are a squad leader, you must immerse yourself in virtually every element of military science that you can. And specifically, you need to historically observe and monitor all the variations on the battlefield that you can imagine so that you don't have to make mistakes. Now, it still doesn't mean you're not perfect. None of us are. We're still going to make boo-boos because it's a rolling battlefield and both sides are trying to deceive the other. We got a caller. Who do we have?
It's Fluffy.
Uh-oh. Okay, go ahead. We got you.
Okay, good. You can hear me well?
You're coming through clean.
Excellent. Well, today they put me and my roommate on isolation because they say I've got the virus. Well, I feel better than I have in days, which makes no sense, so I don't believe I have anything. But I also found out the hospital gets anywhere from $140 to $200 per day from the government for everybody in their care who they say has the virus. So I wonder why they're getting more and more infections.
Right. It's the big cash for the tit suckers is rolling in. That's where the problem is. And because of that, everybody's going to be paying through the nose so that these parasites, well, of course, it's a money shift. Whoever the oi boys are that are running all these operations, they like I've said for a million times, they know exactly where the tit sits. They know exactly how much tip money's coming in. And the Jewish mob is always right there to make sure that they suck that net tip flabby every time. And that's exactly what's going on with this garbage right now. People are out of work, everybody else is in trouble, but not them, as we can see.
Oh no, never them.
As a matter of fact, interestingly enough, well, now what did they do for a test?
Well, about a week ago, they told me I had a choice between saying no to the thing up your nose or being isolated for 2 weeks without a test, and then just assuming I was exposed because somebody else in the building was. So I took it because I didn't feel anything, and that was a week ago, or maybe more. And now this morning they say, no, you're isolated. So, yeah, it was a week ago for the test, and it was the probe up your nose, which is damned uncomfortable. But that's what they did. And
wait a minute. Okay, did you told them you didn't want the swab up your nose, right?
It was either that or be involuntarily isolated.
I'd go the isolation. Well, it's too late now. The problem is, as you've probably seen enough or heard enough of everybody else, those test kits are contaminated. I wouldn't trust any one of them. I'd take 2 weeks worth of isolation any day. What's the big deal? You're going to be in a room no matter what.
Yep, I should have. Would have gone ahead and got it over. But yeah, that's the case. I know it's got a high percentage of false positives in it, even if it's not contaminated, and I think it probably was. But hey, there's one consolation. I got 2 meals today that were hot food instead of the usual cold food. I didn't know red beans and rice could taste good until I got it hot.
Wait a minute. Repeat. What was it?
I got red beans and rice that was actually hot.
Oh, you mean spicy?
No, temperature hot.
Well, yeah, they can do it. Well, yeah, typically beans and rice. Usually I get it's got a little bite to it, not always, but usually a little bite.
Yeah, but normally here everything is room temperature or maybe even colder.
Right.
It was amazing to get something that was hot.
Okay, wait a minute. As in food was warm or was it spicy?
No, not spicy. Temperature
warm,
hot.
Actually warm out of the well. It may have just been earlier on the feeding trough. Remember that. Depends on where it depends on when it got on the cart. I know how that works. I mean, and the U of M has probably a bigger hospital in the complex you're in. Oh God, time they pack some of the stuff up and it gets out to where it's supposed to go to the patients out on the wings, yeah, you get a cold meal or you get a lukewarm meal at best every day, you know. So
yes, that's the normal case here. But like I said, I didn't know the food could taste good, but I guess temperature does make a difference. Yeah, I figure they give us a food today in the styrofoam containers so they could just throw it away instead of a washing. So that's one consolation.
You're on throwaway trays?
Yep.
Okay, well, like doggy bags.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, that's expected. That just saves them a whole lot of, you know, they can find an excuse. Normally people wouldn't accept that, but they can find an excuse and get away with it now, or it's cheaper for them across the board, really, because they get the the toss away.
Cheap food is a thing. Mac and cheese, rice, sauteed potatoes that are cold. You name it. I don't expect this is exclusive to this place serving the residents, cheap food.
Well, you're right about that. Basically, again, basically whatever you see in a hospital, you know, food line is what you see in a prison food line. Seriously. And here's what's funny. I think the prisoners actually eat better.
Yeah,
not much.
I've bet on it.
But a little.
Prisoners probably wouldn't put up with food this bad.
Right. As a matter of fact, somebody else is going, oh, Mark, you know, yeah, some of the... Well, it depends on where you are and what prison system and how creative the... how creative the individuals are. Well, that's interesting. Well, looks like I've got another project while we're at it, too, just because of talking about this. You know, that's a good point. Now, there are different ration surpluses out there. We didn't mention that to our block, but for food, hospital rations and institutional rations come out all the time. I don't know what's going on with them right now, but I guarantee a lot of the stuff is backdating. So that is a point. Good heads up on that too. You might want to check, guys, with your schools. A lot of the schools bought a whole pile of stuff for the last season, and we're into summer, and a lot of that stuff is either going to be dated, and they're not going to necessarily want to keep it, but you might be able to access it. So that's a good point. And the same with hospitals. A lot of hospitals basically have not had any grand influx of anybody. So the important thing there is that you may find a variety of items for a pretty good price, like even free carry it away just to get it out of the area of operation, which is something to think about. So everybody needs to be taking that into consideration right now. Yeah, that's good though we start talking about that, because that is an option. That is another way to acquire more food, and typically they do the number 10 / everybody calls them 1 gallon cans, but the number 10 cans, that's a lot of food all at once, guys, and it is something that you all should take into consideration. So another direction there. Anything else, Fluffy?
Negative. We've been having some rough, rainy weather, but I'm inside, so I don't care.
Let somebody else worry about using the bucket in the basement. That's not your problem. You're on the second floor, right? At least.
Negative. This is all one story.
Okay. Well, I guess you will have to worry about it then. Just make sure you stay up on the bed.
Yep. Hey, the bottoms of most of the doorways the door frames are steel, and the bottoms of most of them look rusty. Or at least under the last coat of paint that's slapped on. All bubbly and rusty. This place was flooded at one time.
Very good.
And I'll tell you what,
Thank you,
somebody
Mark.
else is asking, you know what, if you could, guys, everybody out there, Fluffy probably hasn't had a card in a while again. So for everybody out there, Fluffy, have you got your address and everything squared away?
Same address. I think it's 1500 Broad Avenue, I think.
Okay, well, here's what we got to have you do. Give us your line by line. If I wanted to send a card to you, you're going to have to do this because that's your job. You're the one in charge of that office. Give us a line by line, name, location. Go ahead.
Just a moment, let me find a letter. I'm pretty sure I've got it here. Hang on, let me get back to you.
Oh, the filing system is a little messed up because of the room change. No. Well, as it is, again, I'm sure Fluffy will have that in just a moment. And for everybody out there, bunch of stuff showing up over at the ironplanet.com auctions. In fact, there's an auction going on right now which will close tonight. In fact, it might already be. I don't know. I'll have to find out here. But there's always another one coming up. Resource Center individual kits. These are a two-man, although it appears like it'll outfit a lot more than two people. They're a bundle bag in coyote brown or like an off green. It's hard to tell if this is really supposed to be coyote brown or not. If not, it's a loam green. But there are dozens, there's hundreds of these coming out. They are a module, like a double duffel bag in size. And everything top to bottom, sustainment pouches, mag pouches, canteen covers, IFAC pouches, slabs, backpacks, utility bags, everything you can think of, any kind of pouch is in these things. And I'm looking right now, the average is 2 of these resource bundles is going for about $350. And plus or minus, I've seen them go for less, I've seen some go higher, purely a matter of attitude about somebody going crazy with a bid. These are definitely something to check out. So if you do, get over to, if you want to, go over to Gov Liquidation. When you get there, go to their government surplus section. From there, you go to field gear. And then you go down through all the field gear and you see what they do have available for the listings. I'm looking at one of the things I bid on here, $350 for 2 of the bundles. And again, they're not the only item that's out. There's a bunch of other field gear. There's all kinds of vests. Right now, for instance, I'm not going to go any higher or even compete on this one. 300 fighting load carriers. These are Molly. This is in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. The present bid is $705. So you're talking a little over $2, well, $2.50. Not even that. $2.30 a piece, which is a steal. But you got to have $705 to get it done, and you got to go pick it up, unless you can have it shipped. And that's Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. This is a Gov Planet. It's not the only thing. Like I said, many, many, many other items are up for auction. And for you guys listening out west, Nevada, California, there's a ton of stuff I don't even touch out there, that especially in medical supplies, especially in field medical supplies, a subject we get into in the 2-hour block. There is a massive amount of material available out in Nevada and California, mostly Nevada. One of the things I was interested in here, mini X-ray, portable X-ray apparatus, complete, wheel-mounted, the whole 9 yards. And it's going for about $3,150. That's the present bid. It'll probably go to $3,200 easily. But this is a complete mobile shipping can, mounted, the whole 9 yards. Supposed to be in use, but in excellent condition, etc. It's been tested. This is the kind of stuff, like I said, if you pay attention, you might find it for even less in your backyard. You stumble right into it. Again, that's Iron Planet. I keep wanting to say Gov Liquidation, but they're long gone. Iron Planet, and then go to, when you get to Iron Planet, then go to their government surplus section. Has a picture of a Humvee. Once you do that, then there's going to be subsections. Medical supplies are listed separately. Field gear is listed separately. There's sports equipment I could care less about, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The quantities, of course, it's
You never know what's going to be there from one week to the next, and you definitely want to keep an eye on the place. You don't have to bid, but you can, if you set up an account with them, just your name and a mailing address, an email address, you can actually put things on an interest list. You can flag them, which is a good idea, because if there's a bunch of stuff there that you want to just keep track of to see what it goes for, at the end of a bid, like the thing that's going on right now, they will post the final bids on all the items. I've got about 7 or 8 right here right now that I'm watching for this particular auction. And you guys, some of you guys are a lot closer than I am. There's Texas. There's stuff in Texas that's been coming up quite extensively. Always in Nevada, and always some junk in California. So if you check them out, you never know what, like I said, what you're going to see, but you'll be all definitely worthwhile. And again, you don't have to bid on it if it looks like it's, oh, Mark, I can't afford to fill in the blank. Well, I understand that. You only bid what you can afford. You don't bid crazy town on anything. I've mentioned that many, many times. The first thing you have to do is make a decision on how much you're willing to spend. Once you get to that point, then run with it from there. Probably the best example, a couple things here, 38 5-gallon plastic water containers off of, military-type Jerry-type cans, plastic, only water. 38, present bid, $425, so $10 a piece, approximately, a little more. That's an okay price, but I've actually, tagged them off at different times for less. Holsters, mag pouches, sustainment pouches, although a little much higher than I would be willing to go. In fact, I just stopped on that bid right there. 186 sustainment pouches for $805. $3, $4, or $5 a piece. So you're looking at, now you're getting up to the stupid price. It shouldn't be that expensive. And if it is, congratulations to whoever got it. Containers, somebody's asking about ammo cans. Yep, they have ammo cans and they have containers, lots of them. And that's a whole separate section unto itself. So if that's what you're interested in, go jump that puppy and see what's there, because there's a long list of ammo cans, and in whatever quantity. A lot in Texas right now. Many in Texas right now. So just a heads up there. Have we got Fluffy back yet?
Affirmative. I found something with the address.
All right, so I want you to go ahead and give it out 3 times. Give the whole address out so everybody knows where to write. And guys, everybody out there, grab your pen and paper and send Fluffy a card and say hi. It only takes a few minutes. Throw it in the mail, and then it's on its way. Here we go.
I certainly do appreciate it. The name is David W. Bushart. Bushart. Driftwood Nursing Center, 1500 Broad Avenue, B-R-O-A-D Avenue, Gulfport, Mississippi, abbreviation MS, area code 39501. Once more, David W. Bushart, B-U-S-S-H-A-R-T, Driftwood Nursing Center, 1500 Broad Avenue, B-R-O-A-D Avenue, Gulfport, Mississippi, abbreviation MS, area code 39501. And one more time, David W. Bushart, Driftwood Nursing Center, 1500, that's 1500, Broad Avenue, Gulfport, Mississippi, 39501. Thank you.
Very good. That got the information out. Before we got to the top of the hour, and for everybody out there, if you could, grab a postcard. Hey, the cool thing is, postcards in different parts of the country, something that's significant for your area. That's a benchmark or a state map, which is really cool. We do that with the studio, actually. Ed's got quite a collection from all of our friends listening. Every once in a while, we've asked you to do that, and it's about time. We'll probably work on that tomorrow to Communications Tuesday. But there are a number of really cool things we can do to, kind of benchmark where it comes from. And when you send it there, you can kind of put a little bit of a display together at that end. How's that sound? We'll see what we can do there. Another thing real quick about music. If you guys can cut some music discs. I've been working on that, but I didn't get everything done. I got a pile of CDs empty here that I got to load up, and then I'll send another couple of music discs to Fluffy and a few of our other friends too, because the stuff that we're doing is kind of traveling armor music / entertaining. Fluffy, were you able to get a music device, a player?
I do have access to one. That's affirmative.
You do have one.
Affirmative. I do have access.
Okay,
to
good. So anybody else out there? Same here. I'm working on another disc right now. Creedence Clearwater Revival, of course, but that's not all that's in the disc. Doing another music mix. So we'll have a whole bunch of cool stuff incorporated. Otherwise, real quick on, somebody else is asking me. Yes, some of the stuff, those resource center bags are as little as $150 base bid before they, get to auction. When they do, they jump up to, like I said, an average of about $300 a bundle. But if you look at it, they're worthwhile. So for anybody who hasn't gone over there, go to ironplanet.com, then go to the Gov liquidation end. From there, go into the field gear, and then take a look. It's called, I'm going to read this again for him, pull one up. Resource Center 8415-00-NSH-1260-KH individual kits. And these are a completely self-contained, big-ass Coyote Brown cargo bag. And inside is every and any kind of molly gear you can imagine to mix and match and put together whatever kind of combat rig you want. And there's 2 of them to a pallet, and the base bid for some of them are $150. For others, the base bid starts out at $300. It's arbitrary. It's just like somebody threw a dart. Otherwise, they're exactly the same bags over and over again. I know a couple of people who bought some of these already, and having had a chance for them to go through them, they said, well, had to pay, they paid a couple $100 for the one. None of them stayed down at the base bid on those. Those particular items are going for a pretty good price. But there's a lot of other items, too, including all the Molly junk, all the Molly gear. Marine Corps, if you're listening and you're Marines and you want to put more Marine stuff together, especially if you have a bunch of people working together like we were talking about, bulk purchases, there is a whole bunch of material available there for Marine Corps, the present Marpat camo, but also in the new Coyote Brown, or whatever the Marine Corps Coyote Brown is. There's a whole different backpack system. It is similar to the Army, but just different enough that you can't really mix and match. You can't work one over the other. So you stick with one or the other. But if you're looking for more Marine Corps stuff, there's more Marine Corps stuff there. Another thing is also quite a few other pieces of equipment in terms of medical support, etc. So for any of you who are looking for that kind of those kinds of items, especially when it comes to that's weird. Especially when it comes to certain pouches like we've talked about over the last couple of days, there is a quantity of technology available. Now, don't go crazy with the prices. When you're talking Gov liquidation, the stuff should be going even cheaper than it is right now, and it's been, to me, kind of high. But as we discussed on medical and everything else, people are building armies out there everywhere. I just had a discussion. I didn't get a chance to run back out today, but so tomorrow or Wednesday, we'll be transferring a bunch of other gear to another local militia unit that just formed up. They're just going to have to pay for it. We know what the prices are and everything, but while they can't find certain items, we still have them in hand, and so they're going to be up to speed fast. The idea is to outfit as quickly as possible. You need to be, wherever you can, you need to be on the fast track. You need to get things done and out of the way. I know there's a lot of stuff to do. Whatever you're going to choose in communications, tomorrow's Communications Tuesday, I'm going to give a little idea there of some of the other stuff. The Motorola's, the Baofeng radios are still out there. Baofeng! And, or the other Chinese silverware, box full of silverware, titled radio companies. They're basically making the same radio as far as like any of the Baofeng models. In fact, if you pay attention, you can even map out and see that they've changed the plastic on the outside, but all the controls are in exactly the same location. That's a good indication. They're all running off the same motherboard. The same parent company is building the base parts, and they've got either not enough going to the other production run, or they've got such an overrun that they can afford to sell to a second, third, and fourth customer and not hurt the other market. That's a good sign that they're strong, but the Chinese and our enemies, so, well. Another thing, Motorola radios and Kenwoods. A lot of the Kenwoods are Chinese-made. If you don't think so, take a look when you go over to Wish or you go over to any of these other companies, and you'll notice that Kenwoods are always mentioned there and are parallel with some of the Motorolas and the Baofengs and, the Cheng Cheng Zhou Zhou Peng Dai Na, whatever other ones are there. That's because they're made over there. So that particular model could be the middle or lower end models that we're talking about, but the mics, that's where you have to be careful. The good thing I bring it up, even though it's tomorrow we cover it more. Pay attention to make sure you get the proper model number for the connectors and jacks. If you have a Kenwood, you need a Kenwood. If you have a Baofeng, you need a Baofeng. If you have a, Motorola, you need a Motorola. And pay attention. They use the same picture for all those headsets. So don't just think, well, that's the one. No, that's not how it works. Read the instructions. I don't want to hear like I did a couple of weeks ago, somebody complaining. I said, well, did you read and get the proper number? Oh, yeah, I know I did. It had the picture. I said, no, pictures don't count for anything. They're simply using the same image over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then the details are in the order form, okay? The title, which is what you want to focus on. So make sure that we get that done. We're almost to the top here. Libertytreeradio.4mg.com, www.libertytreeradio.4mg.com. I want to say thank you to our friends who have been donating. If you're a new listener, if you'd like to help out to keep the network up and online, we're trying to expand. We are going to open up a couple other venues for feeds because, yes, we are crowded right now. A lot of people are plugging in. Thank you. We appreciate you guys force multiplying. And I know that a lot of you share, and you're going to hear this second generation or third generation. Well, donate. Go to www.libertytreeradio.4mg.com. That's www.libertytreeradio.4mg.com. When you do, get over to the donate key. There's one on the right side, middle of the page, and there's one at the top in the bar. You can donate any amount, and we appreciate it. You can also do an auto donate. Guys, $1 a month, $1 a week, $5, whatever you can afford. It doesn't have to be $100. It can be over a period of time. If everybody listening did $5 a week, or even $5 a month, everybody listening, we would be set. We would be able to deal with a whole lot of other issues that need to be done, and we would force multiply because that resource would go right into more broadcasting. So if you can, pitch in now and help out, libertytreeradio.4mg.com, and then go to the donate key. Don't forget, we also have training manuals and militia manuals for SOP, Standard Operating Procedure, Rifle Marksmanship, Anti-armor. Yes, the new anti-armor manual should be ready. I've got the printer was not open today because of the corona beer virus scam. They weren't sure what they could do, so apparently by tomorrow we'll get a clarification on that. And just as soon as everything started to open up again, the commies are trying to shut everything down. So what a surprise. We would never have expected that from the communists in America with a K, and in Michigan specifically. Well, we got Greta Bruce Jenner in charge, so we know better. Looks like Bruce Jenner, only with a Greta. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, that's our governor. By the way, anybody notice this about our governor, our gubernor? He, she, it has got this gloss shiny finish. And it's not like sparkles. It's like plastic. This is one of the indicators about what I said before about this being a he, she, it rather than a she. And everybody keeps making this mistake. Compare Bruce Jenner and look at Greta Bruce Jenner, the governor of Michigan, and you tell me. Anyway, God bless our republic.
Yes, the New World Order.
We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The empire's on the run.
And we are on the march, but day and night.
Logistics. That's the key to victory, people. Logistics. You need a deep larder. You need to make sure that the technology, you understand how to use it, how to drive it, how to carry it away. And when the time comes, turn it back on the enemy, which is the plan. Ed taking over. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. God bless. Bye-bye.
Feed it with our devotion, boys. Call it the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Save it from the storm, boys. Water down its roots with tea. And the sun will always shine on the old Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. March along with the piper, boys. We were born forever free. Let's go pay the piper, boys, beneath the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Pay the price they're asking, boys. Always pay the tyrant's fee. Never give up the struggle, boys. Fight for the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Stand for the rights of man, boys. Stand against all tyranny. Hang the lance of freedom, boys. High on the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. It will grow as we grow, boys. It will be as strong as we. We must cling to our faith, boys. Faith in the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty.
We all need to prepare ourselves. You might have the food, water, gold, and silver, but ask yourself, are you truly prepared? That's why you need to visit MaineMilitary.com. MaineMilitary.com carries everything you need. Gas masks, fire starter kits, high-capacity magazines, chemical suits, military surplus items, and much more. Do you own a firearm? MaineMilitary.com has a large selection of pistols and rifles suited for your needs. Are your local stores sold out of ammunition? Call or visit them today for prices on hard-to-find ammo and bulk ammo orders. You don't need to worry about having a military surplus store in your area because MaineMilitary.com is the only store you'll ever need, all from the comfort of your computer. Visit them online today at MaineMilitary.com. That's Maine, like the state, military.com.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12-gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, we'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I was watching from
This
the
session is
window,
no longer being recorded.
listening to the pouring rain. When I saw James flash a peace sign from the plane, and with one last look, he was off to fight for Uncle Sam in the war-torn jungles of South Vietnam. When he first arrived in country, he could not believe his eyes, couldn't understand why people had to die. But he did his thing for Nixon, spilled blood upon the land. For a host of reasons he just can't defend. These days he's just trying to get by, still dreams about that day in their life. So he rolls himself a big fat one out where those Charlies died, 'cause thinking about the war just makes him cry. Yeah, these days he's just trying to get by. When his second tour was over and he made his way back home, he felt defeated, discouraged, and alone. You might say he has some problems you wouldn't understand. No, this wasn't quite the life that he had planned. He's been living in seclusion in a cabin by the lake. He's been seeking faith with every toke he takes. And now that pot's been legalized, well, this old broken man plans to move to Colorado when he can. These days he's just trying to get by, still dreams about that day in midlife. So he rolls himself a big fat one out where the eagles fly, 'cause thinking about the war just makes him cry. Yeah, these days he's just trying to get by.
You got hot dogs and stuff? Yeah, get me a hot dog and mustard.
A place near Denver where the air is fresh and clean.
Okay.
Close to the mountains, the rivers, and the streams.
I got the onion, the finger. No.
To start a brand new life for this purple-hearted soldier and his wife. The day that final curtain falls and it's Corporal Johnson's time, well, I hope that God will try to keep in mind the sacrifices that he's made to our country free, so that we could live in peace and harmony. These days, he's just trying to get by. Still dreams about that day in Mirai. So he rolls himself a big fat one out where the eagles fly. 'Cause thinking about the war just makes him cry. These days, he's just trying to get by.
And if neighbors know that it's okay, and then just have some.
Yeah, it'll have, yeah. Some people don't want it. It's not hard to find something.
And if you are.
One, two, three. Whoa.
Hey, you got me? All right. Hey, this is Monday. It's time for the Veterans Manual. I'm your host, Machine Gun Andy. I come to you to Libertytreeradio.omg.com, IndianaFreedomTalkRadio.com. Hey, if you want to call the show tonight, that number is 712-432-0900. Activation code is 957-464 pound, a star 6 will beneath you. Again, those numbers are 712-432-0900. Activation code 957-464 pounds. A star 6 will activate you. Again, that number is 712-432-0900. Activation code is 957-464 pound, a star 6. Will to meet you. Well, I tell you what, I am in a real nice, serene place. I'm at Ludington, at the end of the Michigan, on the shoreline of Lake Michigan. The sun is going down, and the lake should be putting it out pretty soon. I'm getting myself now that things have changed around. We had a wonderful weekend party. There had to have been 400 people there at its peak. We ran into a wedding party on the river while we was kayaking, and they got in and they followed us back. And it was a great time. We had a good country and western band that came in, and then after they closed up, we had classic rock came in. And they were supposed to be there at 1 o'clock, but they stayed till 4. And what a night that was. I've seen people come in that I've not seen in days and decades, and it was great. I've met new friends, and I've had an old friend, Bob Paterno, come by. We was in Korea together at different times. You know, we was in the same school, same classes and everything. But when I got to Korea, he was leaving Korea, and we ran into each other at the airport. And said we get that together. And he took and stopped in. First time I'd seen him since probably 84. And, hey, that was great. And it's nice that everybody came in, had a good time, and nobody had no troubles. Ed, Don, and Joe made it in. And they actually stayed through most of the show. I thought that was pretty cool. So it was a good weekend, and had a few veterans stop in that heard about it, and all veterans, they're welcome to come in, and sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't, but when they do, they have a good time and say they'll be back next year, and only one's made it back to that next year. He came in, and that was just a good time, good people, and no trouble. The only trouble we had was we didn't have firewood, and they brought it in the last minute. So have fun and have your parties, but keep them safe, keep your distance, and you will have your good times. They're not over. They're just starting. As soon as they clear it up, after they get this second wave of this virus that's coming through, then maybe we'll get through the winter without it. But hey, right now I want to welcome home any soldier that's coming in on leave. And if you see them in the bus station, the plane depots, and all that, don't let none of these idiots come around and molest our superheroes that are coming home. And this, I know they've gone back from the 4th of July, but they're always out there. And there's always idiots out there that wants to know why they're going around killing babies and stuff. Well, don't let them do that. You see them molesting it, you're a veteran or you're a veteran sympathizer. What do? You yell at them. They're cowards. You yell at them. You make them stay the heck away from our soldiers. Our soldiers don't need that. They've already been over there fighting the damn battle. Why they gotta come home and have some idiot sit there and ask them how many babies they killed? And shame on you if you let them do it. If you let them do it, they'll do it, and you're just as low-down, coward, yellow son of a gun as they are. So if you have any sympathy at all, this sun is going down into the water, folks. If you're around here and you see it, it's really nice. It lights up the whole sky with different colors. It kind of looks like a black eye that's been healing for about a week, you know, all the different red and blues and the yellows and all that. That's what it reminds me of. But now, don't let them molest our soldiers that are coming home for leave. And if you are coming home and you're getting discharged from the service, don't forget to stop in at the VA. That should be your second or third stop after you stop in and see your mama or your father or whoever you see now. I know when I got home, I didn't want to see anybody. And father found me at a drive-in restaurant where I'd been parked out for 3 days, and he comes up, "Are you ever going to come home?" I said, "I'll be there, Pop, but you know what? I don't think I'll ever come home." And he was in World War II, and he knew what I was talking about. And he says, "Do what you got to do because nobody can do it for you. Wish you luck." And I followed him home, and I stayed about 15, 20 minutes, and I took off and stayed away through most of the other leaves. You know, I had a duffel bag that I brought back full of marijuana, and I was smoking marijuana with whoever would smoke it with me, and I found quite a few people that would. They was used to that Mexican stuff, but when I brought that Vietnam grass home, some people flipped out. They found out what it was to get high. And I'll tell you what, we'll continue that story on Thursday night on the Medical Marijuana Hour, or as they know it now as the American Marijuana Revolution. So, if you're a soldier coming home, or if you're a veteran that wants to say something, you can do that by calling 712-432-0900. My activation code is 957-464-pound, and the *6 will activate you. And you do got to hit the *6. And right now, them people that are out molesting them guys, they have the perfect right to do so long as they don't touch them. And to let you know, our soldiers are ordered not to get involved. And how do you get involved with somebody that's coming up and wanting to pick something with you? Especially since 4 days ago you was cutting people's throats, shooting them with guns. And now you're coming home being yelled at, and you've done nothing except what you was told to do. And you got these pieces of dump out there that think they have a better way. And as old Merle Harris said, you know what he said. If you don't know, check out the song Fight Inside of Me. And hey, ladies and gentlemen, this song is absolutely amazing. A few moments ago, you couldn't look out across the lake. It was so bright. And now it is just, it's like it's sizzling out. It's amazing. It's the colors that come out of this water. I wish you was here to see it, but it's amazing how many people aren't here to see it. I look down the beach, and it's not that many people. Maybe 150 going down the beach, going out to the lighthouse, and everybody is keeping their social distance. And it's the way it should be. It's going to work down. I was going to go to Alabama. We were going to leave tomorrow, or maybe the night after the show. But I was called and told to stay away because where we were going to, the person that we were going to go see, came down with symptoms of it, of the COVID-19. And he said, don't come down because the hotel that he was staying at, where we would be staying at, has had 3-4 cases in the last couple of days. So they're closing it down. So I'm not going to Alabama. I'm going to miss it. I wish I could. I'd like to go back out in the Hank Williams Museum.
Randy?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Fluffy. I'm in Driftwood Nursing Center down here in Mississippi for a stroke. I know they say that I've tested positive for the virus. Even though I feel better than usual today. So they got me
I know.
in isolation right now.
Well, buddy, I wish you luck. Have they tested you?
Yeah, a week ago.
Yeah.
And I don't believe I have it because I feel fine. I'm actually feeling good.
Uh-huh. Well, hey, God bless you. That's good. I'm glad that works out for you, and I hope it continues to do so. But Mississippi, isn't that one of the largest states that come out with the virus lately? Mississippi and Florida and Texas, maybe?
I think Florida is supposed to be worse, but supposedly there's been an outbreak here. I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anybody that looks like they've actually got anything. And I know I don't feel anything.
I've known people who have died from it. Died from the virus, not by something that might be the virus. They actually had the virus, and they died on the incubator or whatever, that they have. And Yeah, it's out there. People say, do you know anybody? Yeah, I do. And I tell you what, if it wasn't out there, they wouldn't have dug up all them holes in the New York parks, and they wouldn't have filled them reefer trucks up with bodies for nothing. It's coming from that disease. And the people would have listened, if the government would have listened to this show back when that first ship left China, if they would have kept the show and if they'd have listened like they should have been, I told them not to bring them ships all the way in. Anchor them off 10 miles out, surround them with military ships, protect them, and if need be, commandeer all them luxury liners that are going nowhere, commandeer them, and use it for hospital ships.
Well, that's if they were taking it seriously, Randy, but, you know, they have so many different opinions in the official realm of how this thing is supposed to be treated and how it's supposed to be dealt with, you know. They don't have their own act together, so...
Well, they've never had their own act together. If they'd have had it together, we'd have had marijuana since 1938.
Well, if they had their act together, they never would have banned it in the first place.
This is true. But it was by the same people that brought out the income tax. You remember that? During World War I, they're going to bring the income tax up to fight World War I. And then after the war, they found out how much money was being generated, and they never took it off.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a temporary tax.
Yep. And it's the same government that has ran our lives, our personal lives, since 38, if you like to smoke marijuana. So, they should have listened to me when I told them to keep them boats out. It would not have kept the virus out of the continental U.S. Nothing would. But what it would have done is not had it hit. I don't think it would have hit Seattle as hard as it did.
I got a question for you, Randy. You said something that piqued my interest, which is why I came up. Where were they taking truckloads of people from? Dead bodies, because I have not seen anything on that.
They're in a park, not Central Park. They have them in the hospital parking lots, and they have the bodies buried in marked spot so that people can identify them and take them out to their family burial ground when it comes to it.
Again, this is New York?
Yeah, New York.
I'm going to have to confirm that with people that are there on the ground, because I've never heard of that here in Texas. I got friends that are in New York who've gone to the hospitals and have told me that it's not nearly as bad as they make it out to be. A lot of people are showing up there because they don't know where else to go. But I've not heard the whole thing about the bodies in the... that's new. I mean, especially mass bodies. I know we had reports that they had dumped some FEMA morgue equipment there, but it wasn't being used.
Yeah. As far as you said, you knew people in New York.
Yep.
You know people everywhere.
Oh, I do. I got a lot of people I talk to everywhere with the radio station. No, but I mean, I've got family members and people I know personally that I've talked to. See, I know a lot of people around the world just from doing what we're doing here. But I have family members in New York. And if there was anything like that going on, they'd tell me. It's like I've got extended family now that's in Houston who's paramedics. And when there's stuff going on like the shenanigans where AOC is telling people not to open up because it'll damage Trump more if you don't open up, and the Democrats want to win the election. So also we've had the county coroners come through the area where they've come out and they've shown the memos from the governors and from the CDC telling them to report every death as a coronavirus death. They've kind of gone quiet about that since that happened. But that throws into askew how many people have actually died from this thing. The number still, even with that, it doesn't look as bad as the flu is annually so far.
Yeah,
a lot of people.
They don't.
A lot of people die
They
from the
don't
flu
know.
every year. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. They don't know how many's died from it. There's people that's died from it. They don't know what they died from, so it's the virus.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the attitude that they have. If they don't know what they don't even do a proper. That's a cute thing. They've said constantly they don't have tests to test people, right?
Right.
They don't have enough tests, but yet we know that these people who died early on, where we had that mass die-off from the first run, that they died from the coronavirus. So they were wasting testing kits on dead bodies.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, that's senseless. When they're going to say, if they can't figure it out anyway, they're going to say it was the virus.
Well, not just
That's
if they
just
can't
the way
figure.
it
No,
is.
I've actually seen death certificates that have been emailed to me from places in Ohio and in Michigan where this person was in a car accident and they died from COVID.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that they died from COVID. It's that the county coroner has been told that they have to do that or they're going to lose their job.
Yeah. And, of course, nobody wants to lose their job.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not supposed to fire whistleblowers, but they do, and they're not blowing a whistle like they ought to.
Oh, actually, a bunch of them have. A bunch of them have blown the whistle, which is why they've gone really out of their way to scrub a lot of the county coroner's YouTube videos. Their personal YouTube accounts have been just disappeared off of YouTube because they have been talking about this. Not just amongst themselves, but they've been sharing it with the public.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to talk about something different now because I know people, you listen and might not like what I have to say. But the American Tobacco Company killed my wife, if you don't know it. She died on April 30th. 4 years earlier, on April 1st, her sister died from cigarette poison. And between her and her sister, her brother, Timmy McKee, he died from nicotine poisoning. And nobody's doing nothing about this. I don't understand why the insurance companies put up with having to pay the insurance bills from a poison that comes from a company that is legally selling it to anybody that'll come in and buy it. Of course, you have to be a certain age limit, but it's killing people. Every day, people are killing from cigarettes. Not just my family, but it just hit my family so hard that I thought, well, if nobody says nothing, ain't nothing going to happen. And what I got to say... Go ahead.
Well, Randy, it killed my dad, too. The reason it's not disapproved of is the socially accepted poison. And, of course, they pay off to whoever...
Well,
but it's...
My mission is to take it away from being a social problem and make the tobacco companies pay for the wrong that they've been doing. And they should. I've got a shirt I'm having made up right now. It says, "Thank you for killing my wife." I don't have to watch her smoke your damn cigarettes no more. And the back side of the shirt, it has her date, and it's got her time of birth and her time of death, and then it puts a story down about how hard she tried to quit smoking cigarettes and couldn't because she was addicted to them from the chemicals that are put into them. You're not just smoking nicotine, you're smoking a cesspool of chemicals that are made to keep you addicted to something that's going to kill you. And they don't know when, but they do know that they've got you and you're buying billions of dollars of cigarettes. For what? What comfort do you... I've smoked, and I threw them away and never smoked again. So why is it allowed? It's a social addiction. It's a social disease, worse than the COVID that we got out there. You know, them CEOs of these companies, they don't smoke them cigarettes. They might smoke some pot, but they don't smoke cigarettes. Their kids don't smoke cigarettes. They keep them away from them. They know how dangerous they are, and they let them continue. And the reason they continue is because our government does nothing more than they can put on the package a surgical warning. It could cause cancer. No, it not could cause cancer. It causes cancer. And they're worried about people smoking pot. Give me a break, folks. Why don't you wake up and smell the coffee? Why don't you get on the phone? It's election year. Get with your people that are running and tell them what you got going. And tell them you want them to stop cigarettes. They're getting money from lobbyists to keep them there. It's the same lobbyists that are giving money to them to keep marijuana off the market. And one of the ways we can start it is to get our own lobbyists out there. But I've not had no luck with it, and hey, I'm getting too old for this bullcrap. You know, I'm 72. I just lost my wife. I don't know how long I'm going to continue doing this, but I'm going to continue it so long as you can't buy marijuana in the United States legally, but you can go buy cigarettes. I don't see it. How do they let it continue to go on and on and on? When the deer are up and running, the insurance companies raise heck about it because people are hitting it with their cars. And the car damage on a deer, unless it's totaled, averages $2,000. What's the price of a patient that has been dying of cancer for 5 years? What's that price? And they don't say nothing about it. They don't say, hey, stop selling cigarettes. It's killing people by the thousands. And they let them continue to do it. My goodness, people, what is this coming to? I told you last Thursday that my family was sitting around a campfire. All of them were smoking cigarettes. And I started talking about the tobacco companies, and all of them started slyly trying to hide it from me. I said, what are you trying to hide it for? I know what it is. You're addicted to it. As soon as I walk away, you're going to be smoking them up again. And, hey, I'm sorry that my wife was lost. And it struck a feeling here. And I am after R.J. Reynolds. I'm after the American tobacco. I'm after the people that sell them in the general stores. I'm after the people that grow it. I'm after the people that cure it, and I've mixed the poisons in it with they do, and I'm after them. They're all murderers. Every one of them are in the killing business. They're going to come in and help us with the coronavirus, right? The tobacco companies, they all say they got something that might work. Well, they're not trying to stop you. They're trying to stop you from dying, but not for the reason that you think. They're not trying to help humanity, man. What they're trying to do is save you so that you can buy their friggin' cigarettes. That's what they're doing. They don't want you to die right now. They want you to die 40, 60 years from now of cancer. And like I told you, dying from cancer is not like falling off a cliff and you're in heaven. No, dying from cancer, your last 3-4 months, you're sitting there in pain, and you're bringing your spouse and children in with it, too. It's not just you that have been smoking cigarettes all this time. It's your family. It's your friends. And what are they doing? They're going out on the friggin' front porch, lighting their damn cigarettes, too. That's how bad it's getting. My wife is in here dying, and my kids are on the front porch smoking cigarettes. And I tell them how it makes me feel. I tell them, get it together and go do what you can do. See an acupuncture, hypnotist. I'll pay for whatever you do. Get off of them cigarettes. And the government should stop them from making them. You shouldn't be able to grow tobacco. But they're putting a stop on marijuana. They don't want marijuana around. You know why? They got activists that are sitting there giving them money by the thousands not to let it open up. They're buying your votes, which is supposed to be legal. So, Ed, am I still on or did something happen?
You're still here. You're still here.
Okay, I heard a click and nothing. So, get out and burn them damn cigarettes, right? No, get out and burn them damn cigarette companies. I'm not telling you to do that. I can't tell you to go out and burn them cigarette companies. But if you got nothing better to do, burn it to the ground. Ain't that what they said? Burn it to the ground. Save about $20,000, 20,000 lives a month. Do you believe that? How many people are dying from nicotine poisoning? And our government does nothing to stop them. Nothing. But they'll stop you if you want to smoke a joint. They'll stop you from letting you have that if they can. Because here in Michigan, we got our act together and we voted it in and it is legal. If the rest of the country get back to getting it, then what's going to happen? We're going to end up with possibly a peaceful or green country. There's one thing I know about a pothead. They're easy to talk to, and they are intelligent. They're not like people are made out. They're not Chi-Chi and Chong. Them movies that Chi-Chi and Chong put this year back 30 years. It was funny. I laughed through the whole thing, but now that I know, it put us back. People that don't smoke think that we're exactly like Chi-Chi and Chong, which Chi-Chi and Chong are very intelligent people. They're they're acting great. And it's a show. And they do smoke weed. And there's nothing wrong with that because in California it's legal. It's legal here in Michigan. Hey, if you don't know or not, in Washington, D.C., it's recreation legal, baby. All you got to do is call up the Craigslist and you'll see hundred scrolls of people that will get marijuana to you in 15 minutes, and that's in your national capital. And if you're in Arkansas, you can't do that. But I bet your congressman and your senator is over there in Washington, D.C., calling his Craigslist and getting what he wants. But if you're dying from PTSD, cancers, or something, if you've got real problems and you're in Arkansas, you ain't going to get no help. The government won't let you have it because you haven't voted it in. You lazy farmers, get up off your butts, get it to where you can grow it, and you will find out how much you can make with it. A pound of green beans is $1.49. A pound of marijuana is $2,500. Now, where is the farmer going wrong at? Why is the farmers losing their farms? Because they're growing green beans. They're not growing what they ought to grow. What they can grow here in Michigan, you can grow 12 plants. You can't grow 50 acres, but you can grow 50 acres of hemp. So I hate to keep bringing this up, but the two shows go hand in hand. You know, how can you do a veteran show and not talk about PTSD and talk about marijuana being the only way to take care of it? I've been through it. I've had the Thorazine, I've had the Millerel, and it don't work. It's sugar pills. The Thorazine was an animal tranquilizer. They were trying it on us to see if it worked. And the government went along with it. Well, we got to get the combat thing out of your system. You can't do that. Once you've been through it, it's there. You've got it. It's in your mind. It's in your nerves. You know what you've been through. And the only thing that will calm it down, it won't cure it, but it'll calm it down so that you can get on a radio show and talk and let people know that the American government is killing us by the thousands with nicotine. Now, of course, with the New World Order, they want 2/3 of the population down anyways. So here we come with the COVID-19. Now we got people that are addicted to cigarettes, and our government does nothing about it. All they'll do is tell you that there's a way to quit smoking cigarettes. Call this number. That is bull crap too. How are you going to call a number and listen to them tell you how you're not supposed to be smoking cigarettes and you're addicted to their cigarettes? The only way to stop it completely is to do what they tried to do with marijuana, and that's take it off the earth altogether. Annihilate it. And then nobody can be able to smoke it. I'm getting another shirt made up. It says on the front, Devil's Weed, and it has a tobacco leaf on it. And on the back of it, it's got God's leaf, and it's a big marijuana plant, marijuana leaf on the back. True to the word. I don't believe that God put that plant here for anything to be used as is what it is used for. Now, I know my grandmother, bless her soul, she was not a cigarette smoker, but she had a condition that she had to smoke a cigarette a day for her condition. And she would get it and put it in her apron pocket, and she would slip off and go upstairs and smoke it. It embarrassed her. She didn't like it, but it helped do what she had to have done. And that's how she came out with it. And it served her well. She's the only person that I know that got any benefit out of cigarettes other than to have something to do with your hands. How about put them in your pockets, sit on them, do anything but smoke a cigarette with them? I got people here that they know what I'm saying is right, but hey, they're addicted. And that's the government's problem, fault. It's the insurance company's problem when they get sick. And I don't see how the insurance companies just sit there and pay them bills because the people smoke cigarettes. I don't buy it. There's something out there, and it's called money. They're making money, and they are not going to stop it until we put a stop to it. It's election year. Get ready, go out and vote against people that aren't doing what you want them to do. You know, don't vote for George Sessions in Alabama. He's a crummy, crooked guy, and he's done worse for the government than he has done good. He's locked up in the 1950s, and he has no intentions of doing anything for marijuana, nicotine, or anything. And he's running for the Senate in Alabama. Hey, Roy, you up there listening to me, buddy? Give me a signal and tell me that your friends are not going to vote for George Sessions. He's a creep. Get him out. He's been there too long. And that's how you get things done, folks. You wait. George Sessions is not going to win his seat back in Alabama. I got enough coverage down there. I got enough people that listen to what I say, and they know that, well, they've known forever that George Sessions is a creep. And he'll vote for anything that people want. He will not vote for. He'll vote for anything except what they want. That's why Trump got rid of him, because he wouldn't do what Trump wanted him to do. And George Sessions is gone. And he's running in Alabama, and from what I hear, he's not running a very strong race. But you never know until the end of the show, because they got the electronic voting system. And that's what got Hillary. That's what got Hillary, was the electronic voting system, college electronic system, or what they call it. And with that going, you don't have to win the election. You just have to win the electronic voting system, because what goes off with the election,
There we go. Randy, I think you're confusing the Electoral College with electronic voting.
There you go. You know, hey, I've been screwed up here lately since my wife passed and that, and my companion here tonight, she had to talk me into doing the show. You know, it's kind of rough, and I kind of want to lay back. And then, again, I have all these people that said, I've actually got calls coming in and telling me that I need to keep the veteran show going because there's too many of the patients in the VA hospital that listen to it, and I'm an inspiration to them. Give me a break. I'm a paranoid schizophrenic with PTSD that smokes so much pot that how can I be an inspiration? Because I get up and talk my show, and they think, wow, he can do it, I can do it. That's what they call me. So as long as I
Don't mean people ain't listening. Don't mean
Yes.
people aren't listening to you, Randy.
I'm aware of that. You know, I go out to different states. You know, especially Alabama. Hey, I love you people in Alabama. I get down there as often as I can, and I sneak around. People don't know who I am, but the ones who do know, they'll come out. They greet me and they say, "Come on in and do your show here tonight." I've done it out of the restaurant down there, the Forrest Gump shrimp place down in Tampa, Florida. And the people wouldn't let me out. They was buying me drinks all night long, coming over talking. So how can I say no? Even though I'm tired, I've got so much that I put out in the past years. And I think, well, where's it going? And then I'll see something on the TV that I said earlier. And it's enough to bring the attention of CNN and all the other fake news companies out there. Yeah, when last year when we had the eclipse, I told the people the same day that it happened, I was doing my show on Thursday night, and I told them, the best way to see an eclipse is in the middle of the woods. I sat out on my deck, and I watched my maple trees fill up with the eclipse. It was like watching 1,000 eclipses. And then I walked out into my field, and it was dark, but it wasn't like in the woods. In the forest, it was really touching. And then the next day, I'm listening to CNN in the afternoon. It wasn't Van Dillon, but it was another person that came in, and he said word for word what I told my audience that night about the eclipse. And he says, go out in the woods and watch it, and the next one that's coming up in 2024. Well, hey, more power to him, but I want people to know that he didn't spend the time in the woods. He was in his office reading his weather stuff. He wasn't in the woods. I was in the woods. I told you about it. And with that I say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this our daily bread, and forgive us for our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us, and deliver us from evil. God bless, amen. I see you.
Sleepy-eyed, she said,
Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
Through the years, he'd always picked it up with a guy who came back and saved his butt. What they have in common is a brotherhood. So you could understand, they were forged not fine. Hard time to get beyond, give you an unbreakable bond. Forged not fine. When you pray to God, beat the odds, and you walk through hell together, you're forever forged by the young GI said from his VA bed, why you want to hang out with us broken men? Why, you could be spending your time with your family and friends. He told him, son, your family too. I see myself when I look at you in a place and time you don't forget. So even though we just met, we're forged by fire. Hard time to get beyond, give you an unbreakable bond. Forged by fire. When you pray to God,
See you next week. He rolls himself out to the street. Pretty hard for him to get up in that van and throw the wheelchair in the back. He was headed home, ready to unwind, when Charlie called, "Can you help me one more time?" He said, "Chuck, I'll be there on the double. For a brother, it's no trouble."